I wasn't sure it was a double agent. Alright, we'll listen to this mix for a little bit and then we'll turn it off. Listen to some Graham Hancock. Come on, game. Like, come on, game. Yo, Toadski, what up, brother? Yes, we have a Paul bot now. We have an VFX bot. Yeah, brother. And the bot. So the bot I made for VFX, I said respond as if a VFX 17 is responding. So it's taking all the Twitch chats, I'm pretty sure, of VFX and putting that into AI. So it's kind of like an actually, like kind of a little bit like based on VFX's responses. I'm off to work. I'll leave the stream on. Thanks, brother. I'm changing the song soon. Come on, man. It's so ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. Like, it's the most ridiculous paragraph I've ever read. Those are sick emotes, man. Like Gecko? Yo, like Gecko's sick. What if I was Saurian, man? What if I'm actually Saurian? What if I'm undercover Saurian? So that was a stupid question, you don't have to answer. Ignore my stupid questions. So AI wrote the lyrics to the song. No. I wish I was Saurian. What do you think of it, buddy? I will hear your opinion. It's quite long, yeah. Well, you haven't listened to it all, so some of my comments are that they didn't talk about a subject. You know what I mean? Like, I wish they had talked about this. But since you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it for you. I think you got the gist of it after watching even the first little bit, right? It's not like it would drastically change in the next half. No. It would fucking blow up though. It would. I don't know though. What is there to say? I do have an opinion on it. Alright, let me turn this music off.
as the anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America.
Guys, I knew Graham Hancock. Brand new.
I guess it is, but of course he didn't discover it. In fact, the Americas may have been discovered as early as 130,000 years ago, which makes 1492 AD pale.
What was I going to say?
Of course, this is a matter that's disputed by archaeologists.
Same issue, though. We talked about it
highly
before.
Professional team from the San Diego
Okay,
Natural History Museum, who've excavated what is called the
I don't think you'll be surprised by this, and I don't think you'd be interested. I think you might be happy, but I'll just say they didn't talk about abortion. They didn't bring it up. They didn't talk about it.
Crushed systematically and in an organized
I feel like he didn't really address, like, independent of the act of abortion, that subject could define, especially it defines a lot of left voters, right? And to not talk about it, it's like they wasn't even catering to swaying anyone's decision on the left to vote for him, and I mean, it's so crazy. I think he should have at least talked about it. I'm surprised I'm surprised Rogan didn't ask him. And like, I think he's still lying about getting shot in the ear, right? Like, I think he's still putting on this act. And you can see he's very quick to change the subject every time. Even when he showed his ear, he turned his head. Like, it's just too much, dude. This guy's such like a liar, man.
Archaeologists
like,
have begun to accept.
And like, Rogan not even asking if it was like fake or not. It was just like, it's just too much.
That they had thought.
Just like, come on.
Presently, the kind of date that is being considered, accepted in fact, by the majority of archaeologists is around 23,000, 24,000 years ago. That's White Sands, New Mexico, and the human footprints there, which we feature in episode 1 of season 2 of Age of Apocalypse. But there's a recognition that it could be older than that, could be 30,000 years old, and then there's sites in South America, which may be even older, 36,000, 40,000, 50,000 years old. So the whole issue is very much up for grabs. But
like,
one guy who was
I know Trump is old. They didn't talk about abortion because the stance haven't changed.
Is the Americas often overlooked when it comes to the history of human civilization?
Yes, because there's
That's crazy.
This prejudice
What? Like, he might lose the election because of that.
Nothing to do with the origins of civilization.
He really might, dude. Or they might even validate stealing it because of that reason. Like, it's so crazy. Like, it's just so risky. It's just so unnecessarily risky. It's just like, why would that be the strategy? You know, like, dude, if he just said like, oh, if he didn't even comment, if he didn't even comment on Roe vs. Wade back in like March 2024 or whatever, if he didn't say anything, he would like be 1,000% guaranteed to be president. You know, I think we have different opinions on that, but I mean, just like, even like, there are leftist voters, a lot of leftist voters that's the main issue, right? Independent of what the issue is, that's the issue, and they didn't even talk about it. It's crazy.
And of course, anatomically modern.
Even some libs. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you did mention that before. You are right.
Anatomically modern human remains are from Jebel Ehud in Morocco.
But
they date to 310,000.
like, bro, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be a lot of
pretty much identical to
okay, if Trump wins, it's gonna be a lot of terror, and a lot of people are gonna be really terrified in terms of abortion. Some states might make it illegal, or at least close clinics. There's going to be a lot of work. It's going to create a lot of work for a lot of people, because women are going to continue aborting whether they as they wish. It's just like a thing in life, and it's just going to put a lot of work in people trying to help them get that access, or even fighting laws.
Who knows how far that time will go back.
It's crazy.
But the general
looks to be, it may not be, we'll see, yeah.
For the origins of civilization.
But it's just like, even if he just fucking
And these new
Because
discoveries
it wasn't his
have
decision.
to
It wasn't.
change
He
that
wasn't
position.
even
Our
president.
archaeology is
He's not
very
even
slow
president.
to change its paradigm.
Like he didn't have to
This
say
is one
anything.
that is going
He
to
didn't have to say a
take. And
friggin'
the
thing,
result
bro.
is that the Americans
Sorry,
have not
I'm
been
kind of
seriously
freaking out now,
studied
but like,
for the specific
he's not
issue
even
of the
president. He
origins
didn't
of
have to say a
civilization.
thing
That
about
thing
the
we call
Roe vs. Wade, and he did.
What was
And he doubled down with a
the
tweet,
established history?
likely on the
What was
toilet,
story that's
all
been
in
told by
caps,
archaeologists up
during
to
the
now
vice
about
president
how the
debate
Americas was
on
settled,
Twitter.
when, what mode,
It's
etc.
so crazy.
Well, the story that stuck for a very long time, like 30 or more years, was the
Like,
notion that
like, he
people
needs
who
a fucking-
archaeologists call the Clovis culture
He needs like a.
entered
He's like an
North
agent.
America
He's a PR agent.
across the Bering land bridge. We call it the Bering Straits today. But during the Ice Age, in 13,400 years ago, was during the Ice Age, sea level was much lower.
And like, that
It was
should be his
possible to cross
wife.
by
His
land
wife should
from
be his fucking
Siberia, into Alaska,
PR agent for that
and
shit.
thus to enter the Americas without making a sea voyage. And
Not even like
Prejudiced
as a fe- like,
archaeologists
not
did
even
have
as a
to face
feminist
their
thing, but just being
ancestors
like,
they didn't think they were capable
dude,
of making sea voyages. And therefore this seemed
like
like
50% of the human population
and that stuck for a very long time, and that was called the
are
Clovis
are-
first
are women.
It became the subject, it was complete. It became the subject of a bitter
It's too
battle
insane.
amongst archaeologists because there was a
As the
group
standard of
of
living
archaeologists, very
collapses in the
powerful, very
U.S.,
influential,
people
very
are going to sway the votes to the other party.
to this
Yeah,
Clovis first
we're
doctrine
not. It's
of
true.
no culture,
I'm not.
no
I'm not in the
culture,
U.S. I'm not at that point.
for a very long time, and anybody
It's been
who brought
crazy,
new
bro.
evidence
From
to the
fucking
table
East Palestine
suggesting an older human presence in the Americas
to
were
the
running the risk of
vaccine
having
mandates. I'm
their
not saying
destroyed.
like
And this happened in the case of several individuals where
even if
were
like
running the
even
risk
if
of
like
being- of being
people
humiliated,
are
of
voting for
funding
Trump.
withdrawn from their research, and so on
Like
and
if I
so
was
forth.
American,
So
if
that
I
was
had if I
Clovis
had to
first
vote, like
doctrine
was like
stuck
forced to vote,
until
I would
the
vote for
evidence became utterly
maybe
overwhelming.
if
For
one
example,
of those
Tom
two,
Blair
vote for one of those two,
finally
it would be
managed
Trump.
to
But
demonstrate even
I
to
would
how
still want to
skeptical
hear
his
his
opponents,
opinion
Monteverde in South America,
on a
had,
subject.
dated at least 14,000
You know?
years ago, well before Clovis, and maybe 15 and more thousand years ago. And Jacques
Because I mean,
is a classic example.
even if he doesn't change
Excavated Bluefish Caves in
the
the Yukon
stance,
back in the 1970s and found evidence that humans had been there 24,000
them's the
years
breaks.
ago. And he
Yeah,
received
you're right, bro.
full machine gun fire
Like,
of the
like
entire
since the
archaeological
70s,
profession.
since
And
Paul
they
was 3
literally
years old.
destroyed his
Kappa,
career.
yeah, I added a
But
Paul
back in
bot.
20 in
There's a Paul
2017,
bot
he
based
was
on a
found
VFX 17.
He was absolutely 100% right. Humans were in the Yukon.
Is he still around?
He is still around, but very
Yelling and
old
eating
now,
crayons.
Mm.
and broken by what happened to him.
It's interesting you talk about.
Yeah, that is prime time for yelling.
The northest of North America.
Yeah.
I had
and
like
then trickling down from there.
Trickling down from
a
there.
But
hundred
if you were to suggest
3-year-old
that happened
students
around about 13,000 years ago, let's say
and
that
like an
the,
100
markers
5-year-old
found in
students.
South America that you just mentioned, what found it
yelling
shortly after
is
that is a long way
It's a long journey.
to travel. If you're starting at the top and coming
The
down, you presume
word-
that the disbursement would be more centered at the top as opposed to at the bottom.
Yes, you would. And archaeologists are beginning now to open up to the idea that our ancestors were seafarers. I mean, they have to be open to that idea because even at the peak of the Ice Age, when sea level
so
was
guys,
at
I
its lowest,
googled
it was not possible
how
get
to
Australia
train
without a seafarer.
an AI
You just couldn't do
model
it. And particularly
or
when
AI
you're
chatbot.
settling a new land. You can't just
And it
go
came up with like a
and
lot of like
ask people to
websites that told me how to, which I was very surprised.
who bring the means of survival.
And as I clicked on like 5 or 6 of them,
Otherwise they'll become extinct very, very
I had realized that the
Australia was
websites
systematically
themselves
settled
had been
about
made
50,000, maybe
and
as much
written
as 60,000 years ago.
by AI.
Undoubtedly.
And it was just
by
like a
humans
list of
involved.
nonsense. It was
And
like
the same goes for
step
cyclists.
1,
For the
create
cyclists
list of
now today,
goals.
but it was
Step
not, and during the Ice
2,
Age too, it's surrounded
identify
by
which
colossal
model
reefs
to
in the
use.
Mediterranean.
Step
It was
3,
never connected to the land.
data
Yet
management.
Cyprus was settled
It's just like
around
just
14,000
nonsense.
years ago, and the evidence
It's
is
like
it was
just
a
the
highly
internet's
organised
just so
project, which
it's so
involved,
instantly saturated
sophisticated
with
shipping
garbage,
and
with
large
AI
numbers of
garbage,
people carrying animals
just
with them
total
to be
trash.
settled in Cyprus. So there shouldn't be an argument that our ancestors could use ships, and it's beginning to happen now that Clovis first has finally died.
That's gonna be how the world ends. It's gonna be a nuclear meltdown
Archaeologists are beginning
from a
to
nuclear
accept
reactor
that
overheating due to
humans did use ships
fucking
to
like
get around.
tweet.
They don't like the idea of them doing something.
Doing
like
fucking one of
whole
Donald
civilization
Trump's tweets on the shitter. It's gonna
Australia would be
overheat
what
the
they call
servers.
island hot from
Should be a
Siberia
nuclear
down
meltdown.
the coast of Alaska and thence into North America and finally into South America. But this raises one highly
I
significant
can't believe how much
problem,
money is going
which is
into
first of
AI.
all,
It's so
South
insane.
American sites by and large are older than the North American
They just want to
sites.
like replace people,
And
right?
secondly, and again we feature this in season 2 of Age of Apocalypse, there's intrigue
That's the only thing they want: automation.
which
Connects, like getting rid of people. It's crazy.
Melanesia, New Guinea, and Australia.
Sorry, man. I'm on a rant,
and
man.
certain peoples who are indigenous in Taiwan as well, which connects them directly.
I'm all over the place. We started off like praising AI for the music, and then saying it's like worst enemy.
And that particular genetic signal is not found anywhere in North America at all, and it should be if they got there by a land route coming through North America. It's only found in South America, and the most parsimonious way to explain it, even leading geneticists admit this, although they know that it's not an idea that archaeologists are going to accept. The easiest way to explain it is that there was a direct crossing of the Pacific Ocean by sea, and since those remains that have been found are already very old, more than 10,000 years old, we're looking at a sea crossing that could have happened thousands of years before that. It's
What
just
the
an
fuck,
accidental
man?
discovery that complete skeletal remains were found that are 10,000 years old, which have this DNA signal, which is still present in the human populations.
Pretty big ocean on either side of the Americas.
Big ocean on our
If
side.
you're going to sail it, it's not. I mean, Cyprus, it's deep, whatever, in the Mediterranean, but it's not a Pacific or an Atlantic crossing.
No, in the case of Cyprus and Australia, at the peak of the Ice Age, a large part of the Indonesian archipelago was all joined into a landmass called Sunda, and that went down as far as Timor, and it was still necessary to have a crossing of open ocean of about.
Should I name the title of the YouTube video "Trump Lied" in the Joe Rogan podcast, and mention again the lie that he was shot in the ear? That could be a really viral YouTube video.
Crossing the Pacific Ocean, crossing thousands of miles of the Pacific Ocean, more than 10,000 years ago, is still a very tough one for archaeologists to accept.
Thing is, I don't have any like evidence.
So they must look for some.
But they know that. That's why that was their entire. That's the entire plan of the plan, so that you don't acquire evidence to
I still think the simplest
disprove it.
You think Pacific, not Atlantic crossing?
Well, this was definitely a Pacific crossing because the connection is between peoples who live on the east side of the Asian landmass down into Australia and peoples on the west side of the South American landmass. So
It's just for the genetic component, though.
Yeah.
There's other people that were there. There's more evidence that's there. How did those people get there earlier than?
well, that's an unanswered question. That's a completely unanswered question. There are a number of sites
Yo,
which are
Stash.
disputed in South
The Trump one.
America, which are much older. And how did they get there?
I
don't
listened
know.
to it
What has to
twice,
be seriously
yesterday and
questioned
today.
is the notion that the entry was only through North America. And
Yeah,
that
dude.
Only 13,000 years ago.
It was lean.
Or even 23,000 years ago. And that they
I
had
think
found
Joe
a
was
way
fed.
through North America
Either
down
Joe,
to
either Joe is not a very
that
like
South America is not
good
considered
journalist, maybe it's true because he's a comedian,
location in the Americas.
or he was fed specific questions and what not to
Of
say.
course, our ancestors couldn't have sailed the entire Pacific Ocean.
What's interesting about the Amazon from a
Everything is interesting.
And how can Joe?
I love
No,
it.
he's not.
It's
And it's like,
it's a god.
how can
Or I
Joe?
prefer to say a goddess.
I don't-
The Amazon is a force.
Joe really
It's,
thinks he got
an
shot in the
amazing,
ear?
extraordinary thing.
Is he just
It's
lying
very
because
tough.
there's no other way he would have gotten
heat,
the
humidity,
most viewed
pests,
person in the world
insects,
on his
the
podcast?
snakes,
Maybe.
the creatures that
I don't know.
eat you up.
I really think he faked it. You know, I don't know what you
It's
guys
pretty
think, but
inhospitable as a place.
I think it's
to go and
fake,
stay.
man.
At the
It's
same-
for Joe to not
Same
even
time,
fucking
it's a
put a fucking camera to his ear, like up close. Like, what the
in
fuck?
which humans can flourish and which humans did flourish. So what's interesting about the Amazon?
Like,
first and
ridiculous.
foremost, this is one of those areas of the world that is massively under-researched by archaeology. And I don't say that that's
Laugh right away when
an
Trump
act
told
of
me it was strange.
responsibility on the part of archaeology. That's because
No, I
it's
mean it was.
incredibly
Yeah, I know what
expensive
you're saying,
to
but
go and
it was pretty good. It was funny. It was
When
funny.
you are of the opinion that you're not going to find much there,
What's next, aliens?
then undertaking that research has never seemed worthwhile. But new information keeps on coming in, which is changing that. I mean,
Journalists or
statistically, we're
activists?
looking
Yo,
at
well said, man.
5 to 6
Paid
million
off.
square kilometers that are still under dense canopy rainforest. And and again, this is an issue that we've gone into in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse.
Yeah, man.
I think everybody knows that the Amazon is under attack at the moment, that large parts of the Amazon are being cut down and turned into soil.
I just thought it was weird they didn't talk about
And the soil
the
beans are
number one potential issue for Democrat
as a result
voters
of these clearances,
as to not vote for Trump, which would be abortion.
strange things have begun to emerge into plain sight.
Because I mean,
And these
like-
include gigantic,
like that's
perfectly geometrical earthworks.
for 3
If we
hours,
talk about
and to
earthworks
not
in the
ask
UK,
that or even
everybody's
talk about it.
heard of
They must have
Stonehenge.
said don't talk about it. They must have. It's impossible not to.
Actually is an earthwork. It's,
Like
it's
it's
the ditch that surrounds.
it's so
Stone
crazy.
Circle. It's not particularly prominent in the case of Stonehenge, but it's massively prominent in the case of Avebury. A big
Neutral
deep
journalists
ditch
get
with
fired and go
environmental
fringe on
oversight.
YouTube or Rumble.
These earthworks in the
Yeah.
Amazon, they don't have the standing stones in the middle of them because there is no
True,
standing
but they're
stone
free.
in the Amazon. But they do have these huge earthworks.
I do
which
love my
can
freedom.
Take very intriguing geometrical
I love being a
forms.
free
So,
man.
For example, perfect
Knock on
square
wood.
with a perfect circle inside it, but on a scale of hundreds of meters. Rectangles, square enclosures with sort of scallops cut out of one corner of them. The whole thing, lots and
Like
lots of
imagine
circles.
being
Many of these structures
a Democrat voter,
appear to be aligned to the
Joe
current
Rogan
direction.
fan, because there are Democrat Joe Rogan fans, not many,
North,
but
south, east, and west.
and like
and it's very important to be clear
on the
that
fence and like
north,
just
south, east, and west on a compass,
almost voting for
south,
Trump,
true north, south, east, and west.
and then watching that 3 hours, and then them not talking about abortion.
Which is a magnetically
There's
dictated
no
system.
way that person would swing towards Trump.
Which
Like,
one
there's
does
no
this
way.
follow?
It would only solidify them going to
true north,
Democrat.
south, east, and west, the true cardinal directions. So anyway, as a result of the clearances,
And it's
we
just
started to
so
see these puzzling earthworks appearing, and that has led a
It's
team
just not-
who we cooperated with in Ancient
It just
Apocalypse,
doesn't acquire the highest
lead
number of like
archaeologist is
people
Martin
to
Hassanen
support you.
from the University of Helsinki, and his partner in the project.
'Cause, I mean,
is
you're not
Sir
really gonna
Ramsey,
lose
who's
any
a very
Republicans.
distinguished geographer from Brazil. And it was actually Alceu who
You shouldn't
was the
really-
first to spot these
I mean, you should always
geographers,
cater to
that's
what
he
your
called
beliefs,
Gyges.
which is your
It struck
base
him that there was a
voter
similarity
core,
to
but
Nazca lines. These are things
you're not
that
gonna
are
like.
so big that you can only really see what they are when you're up in the air. And he was on a flight over and suddenly saw this and
It's
thought,
just
"What
it's crazy.
the hell is that?"
He
And
might
that
lose
led
this
him to
election.
begin to
Trump
investigate.
might
In
lose
fact,
this
there wasn't just
election.
one. There were
It's so
dozens of them
crazy.
that had already been produced
They're
by
probably gonna
archaeologists.
like
Now,
they might steal it
what
again.
Alceu and Marty are doing
They're
is
gonna
a detailed
definitely do that.
marking study in the areas touching on those parts that have already been cleared.
It's
They're going
crazy.
deeper into the jungle. And while we were there, they found half a dozen new structures under the canopy rainforest. You see, LiDAR will allow you to see through the rainforest canopy and to see relief features underneath it without destroying anything. And then you can go in very, very low tech. You can just go in, not destroy anything, and begin to investigate what the LiDAR has picked up. And what the LiDAR has picked up is these just
And they didn't talk
extraordinary
about
structures
the
extending into the jungle as far as the range of the drone.
vaccine mandate.
And, both Marty and Alceu are of the opinion that there
I guess that was a
are thousands of
Democrat
species still
implemented
waiting to be
thing.
discovered. And indigenous people, I spent time with an elder of the Aparina people for whom these geoglyphs are sacred. They say that there are thousands of them throughout the jungle, and they still venerate them and value them today, and that they are places that shamans use to work healing medicine on people.
How old are they?
The ones that have been
Oh
found
man.
up till now go back
And looked at prices. It's been some time, brother.
That's based on
No way.
dating
I'm
of
sorry, bro.
organic material found in.
I'm really sorry, man.
It's a rough guess. However, what they've found that those precise
Uber
areas
is
which
giving like 50% off
once you
up
go down,
to
once you
$70
excavate down
on
deeper than
groceries.
2 or 3 meters,
And I might just
you
order the
find that they have
groceries
been
just to use
intensely
that coupon.
used by human beings. That
Go
there's
take a walk when
enormous
you have
amount
time.
of
Wow.
charcoal, carbon down there, and those.
That's not
those
encouraging,
so
man.
what they're saying is that these sites actually appear to have been selected and appear to have been sacred to people for at least 10,000 years.
That sucks,
and
bro.
We see the latest incarnation
We're
of
fucked.
them in the earthworks that have survived to this day. So there's a big project now going on to open it up and find out. I don't mean to open it up by destroying the rainforest.
Dang, dude.
I
Sorry,
mean to
man.
use LiDAR to find out what's going on there. And other results of this have included absolute confirmation that there were huge cities in the Amazon, that the Amazon did have a population before the Spanish conquest of tens of millions. This was a completely different place from the place that we imagine, this kind of pristine rainforest inhabited by a few tribes of hunter foragers. No, there were large-scale
Wow.
permanent settlements in the Amazon, and
That's
they
insane.
were joined by perfectly straight roadways that ran in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. We are seeing the traces, literally, of a lost civilization in the Amazon, and the work is just beginning to get to grips with the dates on these. And this is just tiny bits of the Amazon that have been looked at thus far. So I'm of the opinion that the Amazon has a great deal more to tell us, and I've done my best to bring the case for that to the viewers in Ancient Apocalypse. And besides, what a privilege to spend time in the Amazon.
Over the span of about a year, I tried pretty much every green string that I could.
Alright, let's
find
test this
to work
bot.
out which one was
Let's see how
best.
realistic
Came
this
across
bot
AG1,
is.
and I'm stuck with it for 3 years now because it's the best. It's the most rigorously formulated, highly tested, and comprehensive green string that I've ever found. And that's why I put it into my body, and I've got my mum to take it, my dad to take it, and a ton of my friends as well. And if I found anything better, I would change, but I haven't. That's why I still use it. Since 2010, they've improved their formula 52 times.
The Kappa.
in pursuit of making the best foundation
Kinda sounds like him.
supplement possible through high quality ingredients and rigorous.
That sounds like him.
Best of all, there is a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it and try it every single day for
I like
3
the
full
flex.
months, and if you do not like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back. So
He would totally send a flex.
completely risk-free for 3 months.
Ah, can you send a fucking third cam, please?
And 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at the link in the description below, or by going to drinkag1.com.
For you, Paul.
That's drinkag1.com/modern wisdom.
My first visit to the Amazon was in 2003. I was working on a book that I published in 2005 called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's recently been retitled as Visionary. It's still out there, but I was interested in the notion.
Hey man, you know, I'm just glad I got bunker, or I got fucking damn 53. I think Paul saw that live, maybe.
Played a key role in the evolution.
I got that
of
December
human consciousness,
2022.
and that we can see
Damn
the
53.
evidence for the use of psychedelics.
That's pretty cool.
And here I want to pay tribute to the work of Professor.
Oh, gratin. What does that mean?
of the University of Witwatersrand
What's
in
gratin?
South Africa. We can see evidence for the use of
What is
psychedelics
gratin?
in cave art
Fat?
all around
No, that's
the world,
gra.
and in rock art all around the world, and we can see that evidence in the Amazon very, very strongly. And furthermore, shamans in the Amazon who are drinking ayahuasca, drinking the powerful
Potatoes au gratin. Ah, wait.
after their visionary
Au gratin
experiences,
chips?
if they
Wow,
have
that's must,
painted
dude.
skins, and quite a number of
Dude.
them do, they
That must be
paint
fucking
the
nice.
visions.
Sounds pretty
And
fatty
those
though.
paintings of those visions
Sounds very high
astonishingly
calorie.
similar to the paintings that you see on ancient rock faces, such as in Colombia in the Amazon, going back more than 12.
Like slices of dried potatoes au gratin? Or is it like potato chips? Like thin, oily, artificial flavor? Or is it actually like half a centimeter thick slices of potato?
And I wanted to investigate that, and I had not experienced ayahuasca before, but I didn't feel I could write about it authentically without drinking ayahuasca. So I went to the Amazon first of all in 2003 to drink ayahuasca with an indigenous shaman, and whose name is Francisco Montes Shuna. And I had my first 11 sessions with
11 sessions.
Yeah.
First 11.
First 11. I've had subsequently had another 70. But
Wow.
that was the first 11. were
Insane.
for research purposes. The other
You know what'd be insane? An au gratin like poutine? Oh man.
Get to grips with issues
That would be
in my
insane.
life that I didn't even know I needed to get to grips with. But it's helped me to do that. So I still feel
I'm sure that's a
I
thing.
think they're right in the Amazon to refer to ayahuasca as a teacher.
Oh, what? How did I miss that? Like, come on, bro.
I've learned many useful and important lessons to it. So the last time I had an ayahuasca session was actually while we were filming in Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon.
Oh, what?
Forces
Like,
the
why?
two apocalypse. And it was
Peeled off from a day of shooting to go
and it was the same shaman, Francisco Montezuma, who I drunk with 20 years before. So it was fascinating to be back there and to be in the midst of that majesty and surrounded by that wildness. Of course, you can drink ayahuasca pretty well anywhere in the world today, but it's better to do so in the hands of a shaman who really knows what he or she is doing. I'm not saying that there can't be Western shamans. There can, and there are some. But they need to sit down at the feet of shamans.
Bro, that is that is so
because people can
real.
get into a very bad place on an ayahuasca trip.
Thank you for sharing that, bro. Crew
That needs
Goose.
to be handled.
I'm gonna add that as a quote. I'm gonna actually take some time and add that as a quote, man.
That's what their role
That's
is
so
primarily
fucking.
is.
And you're right, man.
So it was very, very interesting
Bro,
to have
you
another session.
and
I was
VFX
joined by my
We're
good
like
friend,
60.
Lewis
You
Guadalupe,
VFX and like Sailor
who's
Curse.
a Colombian anthropologist,
And of course
who's
raids
now
from like
based in
Dynamics and
Brazil.
Gamer
He's
Girl
an
and
one of the
B-Rose
world
and their
experts
director
on
Ninja
ayahuasca.
Lifestyle.
Had some very interesting
But you
discussions
fucking
about the
VFX
mysteries of this brew. The mysteries of
and
the
Sailor
ayahuasca brew
Curse
also touch
like
upon
got me
the
to
question of
affiliate, man.
civilization and
Just you
reality.
guys like hanging out.
Well,
Like the
because
three.
ayahuasca is
I
a very
have, dude.
complicated
I have.
thing to make.
I think I peaked at like
it's
3.1
a mixture of two.
viewers per
The best known form, which is actually called
average viewer.
and that's not
And
even
that
a Muslim
was
word,
when you
that's
guys helped me get
cultural
affiliate
word. It's
and
an
mass
Inca word. The Incas were also
effort
using ayahuasca.
rating
They
me.
named it, and that name, there are many
And
local names for
I
it,
haven't
but
gotten
the
anywhere
Inca
near
name
that. I think
stuck,
I'm
and
at like
everybody
2
calls it
now.
Ayahuasca now,
Which is
means
cool.
the
I'm
vine
not
of
like doing
soul,
different
or
number of views,
the
but
vine of
like
the dead. The vine itself has almost no visionary properties.
yeah, bro. So you being there, I'm gonna add that.
Made of brewing up
Oh,
smashed out
oh,
portions of the
gratin.
vine,
Oh,
and
oh,
you could drink gallons of
like,
it, and you
oh,
wouldn't have
gratin.
any visions whatsoever.
like tang tang, tang tang,
The other
gratin.
ingredient is a leaf from a bush, and that bush is botanically Psychotria viridis. In the Amazon, they call it chacruna, and those leaves contain
Hey,
substantial quantities of arguably the world's most powerful
Oh,
psychedelic, which is
gratin.
dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the type of DMT that's called NN-DMT. And this is where it gets
Yeah,
complicated,
man.
because DMT is not normally accessible orally. to the
Yeah,
brain.
brother.
In other words, you could munch several kilos of those leaves or cook them up in a tea and drink them. It wouldn't have any
Oh,
effect.
goose. You know, or not goose. Oh, my goose.
And this is because of
add your quote.
an enzyme called monoamine oxidase that we
And
have in our gut.
Every time
Destroys DMT.
we
on
pull
contact.
your quote up,
Uh,
it will
that's why
trigger
people who
a new
want to have the
unique
straight DMT experience today
Paul
have to smoke it
response.
or vape it.
Now, how
So
sick is
alcohol
that?
or
Now, how
vape it,
how
and then
awesome
it
is that?
gets right through the blood-brain barrier and into the brain, but through the gut, you can't absorb it orally. So how do you conquer that problem? What you need, in scientific terms, is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. You need something that will shut down that enzyme in the gut. And that's precisely what the ayahuasca vine provides. It provides a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that shuts down the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT in the leaves that are part of the brew to be active.
Word,
Then,
man.
instead of having the usual 10 or 12 minute or even less trip to the other side of reality, which is what happens with smoked or vape DMT, you have a 4-hour journey to the other side of reality. And it's much slower paced, and you have time to get to grips with what is happening and to investigate the visions that you're experiencing and the teachings that you're receiving. Sometimes you receive nothing. Sometimes all you do is just vomit. That is one of the physical consequences of ayahuasca. I can say, as a result, I've been working with ayahuasca for more than 20 years now. I can say that as a result of long-term exposure to ayahuasca, the vomiting and diarrhea side of it have got less and less as time has gone on. But the visionary experiences continue to be extremely powerful. However, sometimes you don't get anything, and they call it a nada in Peru, where you have a nothing. But the view of shamans in Peru is that nothing is the really most important one. That you're downloading stuff subconsciously that you're not getting consciously. Really, they celebrate these nadas. They're good things to have.
What's the implication of having the similar cave paintings from potential psychedelic cave paintings in the Amazon, in Europe, elsewhere in the world? What do you sort of,
Well, the
story you're drawing from
the implication is that psychedelics were involved in every case, different psychedelics, but they were involved in every case. Just to finish on the case of ayahuasca, the other form of ayahuasca is called yahe, which is spelled Y-A-J-E with an accent over the E, yahe. And a lot of people think that is ayahuasca, and indeed it does include the ayahuasca vine. That is the common element to these two versions of the brew. However, the dimethyltryptamine.
Holy shit, dude.
is provided
That sounds exactly like him.
from the leaves
That last one?
And they contribute not only NN-DMT, but also 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah.
Both of
That
them
last comment sounds exactly like him.
You tried this Yahe?
Yes, I
Yeah,
have.
but
Okay.
did you take it like a man or just
I would
squeal
say
like a
it's
baby?
significantly more powerful, than ayahuasca on its own, and really
Yeah,
intense, overwhelming visions and a sense of contact with
Yeah.
an intelligence. And I know that skeptical nuts and bolts scientists will say, of course you're not having contact with any intelligence, it's just your fantasies, it's just a hallucination. But I suggest they
Yeah, really, dude.
first and see if that is still their view. There's something very mysterious about it. And this is a
It was
result,
interesting. He was like,
literally, Amazonian
he
technology.
was really interested in like science and shit.
How they choose.
His,
out
I mean,
of
obviously he
100,000
said he
different
watched a
species
lot of
they
that
find
Russian guy that we used to
bush
watch back in
with the leaves
2021,
that
remember?
contain DMT, and they find the vine, which contains the monoamine
what's his name?
inhibitor, and they put them together.
What do you suggest?
Do that by trial and error.
The
It's no easy
physicist.
task.
It's
The
no
Russian
easy task,
physicist
but
we would
also,
watch.
given enough time and not much else to do.
It could be done.
Anyways.
It could be done. And when I observe shamans in
It's good. We had some good existential
notice is that they are constantly sampling plants. They're constantly
relativity
sampling
talks,
magnets of plants.
like Einstein's
Francisco
relativity and like the
on
twin
this
paradox, and
latest journey that I had.
living longer but living relatively longer, or living.
into the plant
right?
as well.
God knows what that's going to do.
Yeah.
Two
well,
people
all I
lost
can
for a
say
period
is
of
that
time.
I did have an extraordinary night. And it was. And it
Pardon
was
my
very,
ignorance.
very
Who's the
interesting.
first?
Nobody in their right mind is going to.
Oh
drink
no! Don't tell me there's another one.
Kicks. It's not some kind of. It's not some kind of light-hearted.
Who's the first, my man?
I would say it's definitely not right.
Who passed away of cancer?
Especially with the physical effects of it. but it's also a powerful emotional journey, which will reveal to you things that you may have suppressed from yourself. And the point I often make on this is
Anti-neo
it's very easy to be
plaston. What's a What's a neoplaston?
to another human being, especially when you're pretty good at words, which I am. And I've often, that's my only skill actually. I have no other skills. I can't even, put a screwdriver into a
Carry
screwdriver
bacon.
without breaking off. But I have words. And I
No, dude,
realize
it's the same guy,
I've said
brother.
things in moments of anger that were very harsh and very cruel.
Brother, Carrio Bacon and a VFX are the same
And
person, my dude.
ayahuasca's shown me that side of myself.
It's interesting on that point. I often think about
Oh, it's
how
person.
people that are physically strong. There's a meme.
Oh.
There's a culture around physically strong people. protect
Carrio Bacon is
or
the same
at the
person, my
very
friend.
least, a big hulking MMA fighter doesn't try and
Yes.
fight a granddad.
VFX,
Because there's
Paul
imbalance. But we
McIntyre.
don't have the same sense because
and
our
Carrio
brain's
Bacon.
not as obvious. We don't have the same sense for somebody lexically who is linguistically very capable.
No.
And
If you go to his, if you look at Paul McIntyre's YouTube videos, at the end he shows. I checked today. I got some things wrong in my my post. I got some things wrong, so I corrected it. Like some, I don't know if like. I think one of his PBs was not an untied world record. He did get an untied Mr. Blonde, but no one know. And he did get it tied. But the thing is, at the end of the YouTube video, he shows the screen, and at the end you see Carrio Bacon. But then in the comments you'll see that the time didn't save, and then he gives this like long explanation of why he didn't save, and then you gotta look past all the cheater times, like 2-3 seconds beating the level and shit. Rest easy, Paul. Yeah, brother. So Paul had what? 10? See, I don't. He was so humble, man. He was so fucking humble. 10 world records. One of the best. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to link the speedrun.com website to the elite. I think I think if
Thing
people
is,
wants to
when we're
see
in our
the
30s
times,
and
like they
40s,
know where it is.
take that into account.
You know what I mean?
Believe me, when you get to my
I
age,
did check
the
the
clock is ticking,
speedrun.com.
and,
Man.
and you know that whatever happens, it's not going to be that long before
Cool,
it
bro.
goes up. I'm completely resigned and accepting to the
It's a great
nature of
game.
death, and it can come at any time.
It's
but when it
like-
comes,
It's like, you know how everything in the past,
to be able
that
to
was
wrap
made
up my
better,
life and say
but in
that
terms of
it was
entertainment,
worthwhile,
right? Like
that I
movies,
did more good than I did harm.
movies were more
Angus, a
like
young
everyone
man's
went to
game.
see it. I mean, everyone went to see Barbie, but
What's this
they were just better.
rumor meme that I've
And
heard about
I forget the
Amazon being a man-made?
I forget the reason why.
Oh,
Like
it
the
is.
model
It is
fits
a man-made game.
What does that
lower
mean?
quality
Well, what it
movies now
means
or
is
something.
that when you
I forget the reason why, but
analyze
anyways.
the millions of
So
trees
even
in
like
the Amazon,
games were
you
just
find that they boil down to
better
about
too, right?
16,000
Not that they're like
different
not good now, they're amazing now, but
species like the Brazil nut tree, which are incredibly helpful
Nice.
to human beings, which are food-producing trees,
yeah, man.
are hyper-dominant in the Amazon, and they shouldn't be if it were just.
Yeah, but yeah, I was there today checking out the page.
It's clear that human beings have been involved in turning the Amazon to their purpose and making it an environment that is useful to them, that can feed them, that can nurture them. And for that reason, just as clearly a brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of ayahuasca, an equally brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of curare, which involves 11 different plants.
No, like what?
Curare is a nerve cleanser.
Fucking spazzed. I
which is
spazzed
used
out.
to tip arrows. If you're hunting a monkey, and that monkey is 100 foot up a tree, and you want it for dinner, what you don't want to do is for it to, as you shoot an arrow into it, its natural instinct will be to wrap its tail around the tree. And suddenly, the monkey that you want for dinner is hanging by its tail 100 feet above you in the tree. You don't want that. So you want something that paralyzes its muscles. And that's what curare is. That's why curare was later used in anesthesia.
What? Like why?
They
Like so fucking dumb, man.
shoot the monkey with a curare tip. Its muscles go limp.
What
and
the?
it falls from the tree. And dinner is ready. But to create curare, you need 11 different ingredients all put together. And if you don't have even one of them, it won't work anymore. So that's a
What? Why didn't the glass load?
From a
You see that?
who have lived in their environment
Can the
for
guards
thousands
shoot
of
out the
years.
glass? There was no glass.
So
That was really weird.
So comfortable with it, they know what to
I don't
do.
think I've ever seen that.
But I would add to that one other Amazonian science.
What the fuck?
Which again we go into in season 2, which is called terra preta, which is patches of
Yes,
astonishingly
timestamp it.
fertile soil that are found dotted throughout the Amazon and which are still sought out by modern settlers today.
Anti-neoplaston
Because the rest of the
therapy.
rainforest isn't particularly fertile. That's why it's also such a tragic waste to cut the rainforest down. It's doing much better things.
Cool, man. I'll check it out. I'll check it out another time,
It's
though.
being turned into a cattle ranch.
Thanks,
But terra preta has allowed bits of the Amazon to be incredibly fertile, and that also is an Amazonian invention. People in
It was
the
so
Amazon are
weird.
still making
The glass
fertilizer
was not
today,
there.
But the oldest examples so far found go back more than 8,000 years.
Brzezinski
And
cancer.
it's
Colorado.
almost a miracle soil. It regenerates
Interesting,
its
brother.
own fertility. It's full of bacteria. It's full of biochar. It's been deliberately created by human beings. They put a lot of refuse in it as well, and it just works and multiplies, and it keeps on rejuvenating its own fertility. So patches that are 8,000 years old are still fertile today.
The thing that I keep coming back to is I understand that there is the technology or the trial and error that's happened in order to make the Amazon very useful to humans in a way that other areas on the planet wouldn't have been. Also understand that you can curate the jungle, Brazil nut trees becoming more prevalent, etc. It's still, to me, thinking about what were sort of anthropologically modern humans built for. Persistence hunting, open plains. It just seems so inhospitable. I wonder why would you decide to... I don't know what America was like.
Well, that's where you have to ask yourself, what was the Amazon that we're now looking at? What was it like during the Ice Age? What was it like 12, 13,
tell me more.
14,000 years ago? And what it was like was more like the savannas
Oh wow.
of East Africa than it looks.
Interesting, brother.
It became a
Thank you for sharing.
rainforest later, after human beings were in it. And I suspect human beings were, of course, climate change was involved as well, but I suspect that human beings were involved in the creation of the Amazon right from the beginning, transforming a savanna extending over millions of square kilometers into a giant rainforest. The rainforest itself is probably not much older than 14,000 years.
Because how would you have been able to make thousands and thousands of circles inside of squares if every 2 feet there's another tree?
Exactly. That's right. And certainly, at the very least,
You know what I enjoyed? I enjoyed VFX and B Rose
So
talking
it's just
music.
one of those great unexamined areas.
I really enjoyed those
where the human
those
story is
streams,
not
those
really
moments.
And when we do follow it through,
Of
we
VFX
find
and B Rose
intriguing
talking
things,
music.
great sophistication in the past, and of finding a way of life. We shouldn't imagine that everything that we would call a quote-unquote advanced civilization has to look like us, with iPhones and cars and rocket ships and things like that. It doesn't have to look like that. There's lots of other ways to be being advanced. And I would say an advanced civilization actually should not be defined.
Man, and VFX was with us in Miami when we went to Miami. He was there like every stream.
By its spiritual wealth and its ability to live in harmony with the environment in which it is surrounded. And our civilization, despite all its tech achievements, is not living in harmony.
Man, he helped me out. He helped me out big
Whereas the
time
Amazonian civilization for thousands of years
playing
was, and still is.
Pelagic 2.
Get what you mean there. I'm hesitant sometimes of sort
Dude,
of
I
the
remember-
feat of modern humans.
I remember
Disregard
I was playing Pelagic 2, I think Special Agent.
around us.
And I was trying to speedrun, and I got to the end, and I got like actually like a kind of pretty, not a, I don't think it was at points, but I don't have points now even, but like a respectable time, and I couldn't find the door. Press on the door, and I'm like, where is it? Where's this button?
Had they have had the opportunity to,
The VFX is like, you laugh and you're like, man, you gotta fucking use the X-ray scanner to like see the X-ray button. And he laughed. He fucking laughed so hard because I had a pretty good time. I lost like 10 seconds there. It's ridiculous. I was pretty upset too.
This is our home.
We're very detached from it.
And yes, they're very, very detached from it, and there's no sense of spiritual value in it. This is one of
I didn't meet him. I meant in the chat.
From superstition, it's become
Like
as
as a chat or not in person. I never met him in person.
On a so-called rational approach to reality, whereas reality itself is not really very rational. I think that this is what's missing in our society today is the spiritual element. The sense
Alright,
of
be right
connection
back.
to
I'm
this
going to
beautiful God of the planet that the universe has gifted us with.
I'll be back in
and
like
connection
15
to
minutes
the
or so.
wider universe.
I'm gonna eat
And
dinner
that's
with
why
my
things happen.
folks, with my parents. I'm really blessed and lucky
I
guy.
don't think any of the mainstream
I'm at least gonna say hi to them.
religions
I don't know if I'm gonna sit down and eat with them, but
respect. I realise that some people do get profound spiritual experiences within the mainstream religions, but
I'm gonna keep my stream on.
what's happening today is people are beginning
Even
to
in chat.
seek spiritual
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
directions in other ways, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why ayahuasca has become so well known and so popular
Thanks, bro.
in the West, because it does seem to open a doorway to other dimensions and other realms.
It's probably a more reliable route to a transcendent experience than going to the Vatican, for instance.
I would say so. Yeah. Far
Well, the
away.
Vatican is.
And also the key
I'll
difference
be back in like
is
15 minutes
that
or so, 20 minutes
it's
maybe.
direct experience.
I'm gonna play after.
It's what you're experiencing, and what you're experiencing is not this world.
It's undeniable in that.
Whatever it is, it's not this. You're experiencing. If our brains are concocting it all in some sort of elaborate novel, then it's astonishing in itself. That itself is a mystery. But many of us who've worked with ayahuasca and DMT can't rid ourselves of this sense that we're getting brief, temporary access to some other level of reality. Unfortunately, a number of scientists are now looking into this in a serious, organised, experimental way. And that is being done at Imperial College in London, and it's being done at the University of California in San Diego.
Where's that place that's found the way to do IV DMT?
That's Imperial College.
Yeah, So they can keep you at the state that you would have smoked,
Angry
but
oceans and
perpetually.
massive
Yeah,
glowing
the
giants.
peak state that you would be in 5 minutes after you've had the third puff on the pipe, the peak state that you would be in there, they can keep you there for an hour or longer.
Which presumably feels like 3.5 million years,
Well,
subjectively.
I've tried to volunteer for this,
How's that?
but they won't let me because I have epilepsy. But one of the projects that's taking place in America may allow me to volunteer. I don't believe it would have any.
You're a brave man in that regard.
I don't believe it would have any negative interaction with my epilepsy because I've had quite a lot of experience with DMT and I've had no problems. On the contrary, I find it helpful. But I would like to try that extended thing because.
Have you done the pipe?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I've smoked DMT, I vaped DMT, both are
Drank it through the.
and then drunk it through the ayahuasca bean. The nice thing about going straight to the DMT is you don't have the negative physical consequences. And that, you can be in the middle of an extraordinary vision where revelations are just piling in on you, and suddenly your stomach says, no, get me out of here immediately, and that often involves in the jungle squatting behind a tree and confronting whatever creatures are living in that tree.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Function. I partnered with Function because I wanted a smarter and more comprehensive way to understand what's happening inside of my body. Function has been an absolute game changer. They run lab tests twice a year that monitor everything from your heart health and your hormone levels to nutrient deficiency and stuff like thyroid function. They even screen for 50 types of cancer at stage 1, which is 5 times more data than you get in a typical annual physical. Testosterone levels play a massive role in your energy and performance, and being able to see them charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Lab testing like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function it is only $500. Function has a 300,000 person waiting list, but every Monday they open a few spots for Modern Wisdom listeners, and you can get your expert blood work analysis and bypass that 300,000 person waitlist by heading to the link in the description below or going to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. What did you learn about the Mayans?
Well, this is another extraordinary civilization of the ancient world, which I think has much more ancient origins than are given to it. We have to trace the origins of Mayan civilization back through the people who were called the Olmecs. And then we have to look at the incredible sophistication and complication of Mayan mathematics and Mayan astronomy and the enormous numbers that they used and how they were recording dates on stelae that go back 30 million years into the past.
Where are they? On a modern map, where do you point to where the Mayans were?
The Yucatan Peninsula, primarily, but then going on into Guatemala as well. That's the Mayan area. And for season 2 of Age of Apocalypse, we filmed specifically in Palenque, which is down at the bottom of the Yucatan. The nearest large town is Villahermosa. Palenque is a magnificent Mayan site dating back to the 8th or 9th century AD. It's got a series of pyramids built around a beautiful plaza with what appears to be an astronomical observation tower in the middle of a structure that is probably wrongly referred to as the palace. I was able to discuss the site at length with an archaeologist. Not all archaeologists hate me. Quite a number of archaeologists are interested in what I do, are willing to work with me. Don't necessarily agree with me, but are willing at least to have a civil conversation with me. And I was so lucky to have Ed Barnhart as a guest when we were in Palenque.
He seems cool. I watched him on Lex's show.
He's a brilliant guy, and he's fun, and he's just so enjoyable to be around. And just a mine of information about the Mayan calendar and about Mayan astronomy and about Mayan mathematics.
So you can read Mayan.
He can, yes, he can read the Mayan glyphs, and he did a bit of that for us. He's just really good at it, but also, interpreting what Mayan culture was all about. And one of the things we touched on was the fact that there's a very specific idea about what happens to the soul after death, and that idea is found all around the world. It's found very powerfully in the Americas, South America, Mexico, Central America, and North America. but it's also found in Egypt, and it's found in Mesopotamia, and it's found in ancient India. And the idea is that upon death, the soul makes a leap to the heavens, and where it specifically leaps to is the Milky Way. And this is referred to in many cultures as the path of souls. And it's the deceased individual then, or the soul of the deceased individual then makes a journey along the path of souls. And there will be confronted with all the errors and mistakes, and also all the good that person
like a
done.
judgment day.
It's like a judgment scene. And that judgment is represented by monstrous beings and locked gates that you have to be able to confront. And this idea is just found all around the world. And it's one of the reasons that I find very persuasive to the notion that we've lost an episode of the human story. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think we're looking at the remnant of a very ancient spiritual system which was passed down in many different parts of the globe and subsequently reinterpreted and developed by the people it was passed.
You're saying that because it sounds like there's echoes of that in some modern religions, that you don't think they've independently arisen separately, you think that it's a single lineage?
I think it's a single lineage, yeah. I think when we come to specific ideas like that, plus the availability and the focus upon the sacred nature of specific numbers in many different cultures around the world. There's a phenomenon which has been very important in my work over the last 30 years called the precession of the equinoxes. It's not a phenomenon that everybody knows about, so I'll try to explain it. It's actually an observable effect, but it's hardly observable within a human lifetime. The best way to observe it, if you could extend your life by a few hundred years and just be at the same spot every spring equinox when the sun rises perfectly due east, and be there before dawn, a good hour before dawn. A constellation of the zodiac is going to be lying on the horizon in the place where the sun rises, and that constellation was seen by ancient cultures as housing the sun on the equinox, and it defined the character of an age. But if you could be there for several hundred years, you would notice that it's gradually shifting along the horizon, and eventually another constellation will slip into place behind the sun on that same key day.
And what's happening there from an astronomical
Well, what's happening is the Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars, and not only is it rotating on its own axis, as we know, but it's also wobbling, and that wobble, one of the most noticeable effects over long periods of time is it changes the pole star. So, because what is the pole star except the star that the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at? And at the moment it's Polaris, but it's been Thuban, it's been Draco, it's been many other stars Thuban is in the constellation of Draco in the past.
What's the cycle? How long does it take for you to get back?
25,920 years.
I'm glad that you know it.
25,920 years, and the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So that
It's going to be tough to track in the space of a 72-year lifetime.
It is. So you need long-term observation, you need record keeping, and you need the information being passed on from generation to generation. But sooner or later, you're going to notice. If you're an avid watcher of the heavens, if these things matter to you as they did to ancient cultures, you're going to notice that this is shifting along the horizon. Whether you're going to figure out exactly why that observable is happening, that's another matter which I can't give you a definite answer on. But that the observable was observed going back a very long way into the past is clear. And I can't touch on this subject without paying tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschamps. Giorgio was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology back in the 1960s, a time when I think people were more open-minded than they are today. And Hertha was a professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they published this astonishing, groundbreaking book called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill is about the ancient recognition of precession. They completely these are leading academic figures. They completely dismiss the notion that the Greeks discovered precession just 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. They're confident that it goes back thousands of years before that, and they trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. The fact that this is found all around the world in many, many different cultures. Classic example, the the bridge over the moat leading to Angkor Thom in the Angkor complex has 54 statues on either side, and each of those is pulling on the body of a serpent. And if you add 54 to 54, you get 108. 108 is 72 plus 36, half of 72. 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. And then there's precessional imagery. What they're doing by pulling on that serpent is they're churning the Milky Ocean. There's also reliefs in Angkor Wat which show the same scene, but on Angkor Thom it's actually in 3 dimensions. They're churning the Milky Ocean, and as a result they're producing the Amrita, the elixir of immortality. But that churning motion, that's why the book is called Hamlet's Mill and Lodi's Mill. That same idea of something whirling and turning and changing is locked symbolically into this number system all around the world.
What are some of the other numbers? You mentioned 108.
They're all multiples of 72 or additions to 72 which are related to the number 72, like 72 plus 36 being 108 is a precessional number. It's a very widely respected number found in sacred traditions all around the world. 43,200 is another precessional number. That's 72 times 600. That is a number that's found everywhere. There are 432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda. It's the same number again and again, the same, based on the same system of ideas that keeps on coming up.
What were the numbers that the Mayans were obsessed by?
The Mayans were very much involved in the equinoxes and in precessional numbers, but they were also going far beyond that. They were plumbing the depths of time. I can't think of any other ancient culture which had a focus on periods that were millions of years.
5 million years.
It's a really quite remarkable thing, and they could tell you what the phase of the moon was on a particular day 5 or 10 million years ago.
Why do you think they were so preoccupied with deep history, long numbers, numerology? Not numerology.
Well, numerology is a fair word for it, in the sense that numbers are thought to have a sacred or magical quality.
Why do you think that the Mayans, what is it that's...
Well, I've always seen this as a... And again, of course, I'm going to be criticized by archaeologists for this, as though I'm taking something away from the Mayans. But I see the Mayan calendar and the mathematics associated with it as an out-of-place artifact. I see it as something which is... The need for it is hard to explain within the general circumstances of Mayan culture, to have that precise mathematical calculation and this ability to think back millions of years into the past and into the future. It's hard to see the need for it. It feels like something that would have been needed in a much bigger culture, a much bigger civilization, which were able to put huge numbers of specialists to work. And I do regard it as an inheritance. I think the Maya inherited this system from an earlier lost civilization. That's my view. And then they did their own work on it and developed it. And it's a very extraordinary thing.
If that was the case, if the Mayans inherited it, it was passed down somehow from a previous, more advanced civilization, why would they have needed it?
I think that, look at our so-called civilization today. I mean, we have no problem with big numbers. They're quite useful to us. We have no problem with complex, sophisticated mathematics. We are quite capable of peering back millions of years in the past. I mean, our present creation story is that the Earth formed 4,500 million years ago, 4.5 billion years ago. The evidence seems to suggest that it did. But, that can also be viewed as a creation myth, in a way, a scientific creation myth. The Big Bang, that's another... It's a theory, it's a speculation, but did it happen? Was it that way? There's evidence suggesting that it was, but the point I'm making is that creation myths, foundation myths about the nature of the universe are not limited to hunter-forager peoples in the ancient world. They're also found in the scientific world today.
How much do you think of this focus on astronomy and numbers is from a functional perspective, something logistically, operationally useful, and how much do you think is symbolic and sort of sacred?
I think I don't think it's primarily functional. Most archaeologists will tell you that. They say, of course, the ancients wanted to know when spring began, when...
How to navigate?
Yeah, but not only that, for planting crops, for agriculture, you want to know the season to plant, the season to reap. So you want to be aware of the spring equinox. You want to know the longest day of the year, the shortest day of the year, the solstices. These are useful in an agricultural calendar. And that's the argument that's given by archaeologists. But in my opinion, any self-respecting farmer anywhere in the world is really well aware of when he should plant or she should plant and when they should sow. They don't need devices that tell them when the equinox is there. There is such a device in really magical one at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. And this is on the pyramid of Kukulkan, which is another name for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. This pyramid at Chichen Itza, its northern stairway, the bottom of the stairway, in fact the bottom of all its stairways, is on each side there's the head of an enormous serpent. But the balustrade up the side of the stairway is just completely plain. But on the spring equinox, towards sunset, between about 5 o'clock in the evening and 5:45 in the evening, this magical effect occurs, and the shadows of the corner of the pyramid are cast on the balustrade of that stairway, and they create the shadow form of a serpent, of an undulating serpent which joins with that serpent head. And that only happens on the equinox and not at any other time. So they pinpointed it precisely. They oriented their pyramid precisely so that one part could cast a shadow on another on that special day. I think that's going over the top if your interest is only agriculture. I think that's paying homage to, remembering, giving credit to this memory of the feathered serpent, of Kukulkan, of Quetzalcoatl.
I'm going to say, so let's just linger on that for a second, because, I've heard you on Joe's show talking about this for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I always think about, that's magical. Like, it sounds to me like it's so cool. Like, that's so beautiful. It's evidently something sacred. It's taken this sort of lovely blend of art and astronomy and archaeology and architecture and all of this together. But can you just think for a second about what the psychology of those humans was like? Like, what's their relationship to this
As
thing?
above, so below. It's as simple as that. There was an ancient system in the old world developed out of ancient Egypt called the Hermetic tradition. The god, the Greek figure Hermes, is a Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, Thoth. And in the Hermetica texts attributed to Hermes Thoth, there is this phrase, as above, so below. And what that phrase is saying is that it is our burden and our responsibility to replicate upon the earth the perfection and beauty and magnificence of the heavens. That if we fall out of harmony with the heavens, if we disconnect from the heavens, we fall to pieces. And we must constantly maintain and reinforce and honor and respect our connection to the wider universe. That's what As Above, So Below is about. That's why I and the brilliant genius discoverer of the Orion correlation theory, Robert Bauval, reject completely the skeptical attitude of Egyptologists. What Robert Bauval discovered was that the three great pyramids on the ground at Giza replicate the three stars of the belt of the constellation of Orion in the sky, but that they don't do so precisely in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. The perfect match is in 10,500.
Because of wobble.
Because of the precessional wobble, exactly. That's right. They're building precession. And they're using precession, they're using the language of astronomy and massive architecture to memorialize a particular date. Does that mean that the whole Giza complex was built 12,500 years ago? No. But it does mean that it's memorializing a date that's 12,500. Just like any Western cathedral may be memorializing events that took place in the time of Abraham. it doesn't mean that they were built in the time of Abraham. But I do think the Great Sphinx does date back 12,500 years. I think we're looking at a complex that's been developed and increasingly refined over a very, very long period of time.
Why that site in Egypt?
There are multiple sites around the world that are referred to as navels of the earth, and Giza is one of them. I would suggest that it was the ancient prime meridian, just as the prime meridian in our time, for just reasons of the British Empire, passes through Greenwich. I think in ancient times it passed through Giza. Now, other benefits of the Giza Plateau. It is situated at 30 degrees north latitude, give or take a tiny fraction. And 30 degrees north latitude is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. So it's not a random location. And furthermore, if you go into the broad expanse of Giza in its place on the Earth as a whole, you find that it's dead center of the largest area of exposed land on Earth. So it's interesting for that respect. And then you build upon it an enormous pyramid weighing 6 million tons with precise orientation to true astronomical north, true astronomical south, true astronomical east, and true astronomical west. That is saying, whatever this thing is, it is speaking to the Earth. The Earth's its focus. It is locked in to the cardinal directions of our planet. And then we find, and again, of course, my opponents in archaeology scoff at this, they will accept that it's the case. Even Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the Joe Rogan Experience in April 2024, even he accepted this, but he mocked it and thought that it was just a coincidence. But it is a fact that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by, guess what, 43,200, it's one of those precessional numbers. It's not a random number. If it was, 1 to 64,000, I wouldn't think much of it, but it's 1 to 43,200. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, the original height, it's lost about 30 feet from its top. If you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So, here we have a monument that is speaking to the Earth, that is locked into the Earth's astronomical cardinal directions, and then the models there on a scale defined by a motion of the Earth itself. That is as above, so and that is what I think governs these arrangements all around the world. A wish and a desire to lock humanity into the cosmos and to make us realize that we're part of something much larger than ourselves.
Staying hydrated can be boring, but it doesn't need to be. The problem is that most hydration beverages are filled with sugar and loads of ingredients that you can't pronounce, which is why I'm such a massive fan of Element. It contains a science-backed electrolyte ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium with no sugar, no coloring, no artificial ingredients, or any other BS. Drinking Element every single morning is how I've started my day for over 3 years now. The reason that I keep talking about Element is that it makes a massive difference to the way that I feel, to my energy levels. It helps me to regulate my appetite, it curbs cravings, and it improves my brain function. And there is a no BS, no questions asked refund policy. So if you're not sure, if you're thinking, God, Chris won't shut up about this, I might give it a try, you can do that. And if you do not like it for any reason, they will give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box. So it is completely risk-free. You can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors with your first box by going to the link in the show notes below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. I was in South Florida about a month ago recording some episodes, and there was this spectacular lightning storm going on, pitch black at night. We were driving back from dinner or whatever. South Florida obviously recently had some pretty intense weather, but being British, it's just grey. I'm used to fierce grey, a very mild sort of damp climate, and just driving back, it's one of those storms where the moon is full and is rising, and these lightning storms, and it's off over on the coast on the ocean. And I remember thinking, imagine that you were a prehistoric human tribe, individual, whatever, looking out, you would be so certain that the gods were mad at you, that you had done something. You're like, I knew I shouldn't have touched myself last night when I went to bed. I knew that I shouldn't have told that lie. I knew that I shouldn't have stolen that fig, whatever it is that you know, or maybe something awful is going to happen, whatever it might be. And you begin to personify and you create the stories and narratives, because that's the way that, you know, without stats and books, that's the way that you pass down information. I just remember thinking, like, all of your relationship as a human, prehistoric human, to everything is done through that kind of a story. That is a god or goddess having a war. It looked like a battle. It looked like, you know, two gods off in the distance throwing lightning at each other. And then most recently, with the hurricanes that have come through Florida, that's, I think, about a 1 in 1,000-year event in terms of the rainfall and some of the speed of the winds. So it's rare but not unheard of, and maybe 10 times since perhaps the Americas were settled, something like that would have happened.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what a tribe that saw that occur would think?
Yeah, but supposing they saw something even much bigger than that. Supposing they saw something that affected the whole world, their whole world, however far they could go. It was devastated, it was destroyed. They themselves might have been destroyed by it. Can you imagine how that would be recorded? And could that be why we have 200 myths of a global flood that destroyed a prehistoric civilization found all around the world? A global cataclysm. These myths mix up a number of different effects. They mix up bolts of fire from the sky. They mix up volcanoes suddenly erupting. They include earthquakes, and they include flood, global flood, a flood that floods everything, that is capable of submerging lands. And this is why I'm very interested in the epoch called the Younger Dryas, which unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. It's why we call our series Ancient Apocalypse.
I was going to say, what's the apocalypse bit?
Well, the apocalypse bit is that the Younger Dryas, that's a name given by climatologists to an episode of really weird climate that took place at the end of the last ice age. They call it the Younger Dryas after a species of alpine flower that flourishes in extremely cold weather. What happened, to cut a long story short, is that down to about 12,800 years ago, give or take a century, because you can't be that precise with these definitions, the Earth was definitely emerging from the Ice Age. It was getting warm, and things were looking good. It felt like that 100,000 years of frozen world was coming to an end, and then suddenly it flipped completely. You have sudden sea level rise, you have a plunge in global temperature, so that suddenly, almost overnight, it is as cold as it was as the absolute peak of the last ice age. This happens suddenly, and it happens right around the world. Worse, of course, in northern and deep southern latitudes, and much less vicious in its effects in tropical and equatorial zones, but a massive, massive event. This is the time, precisely that window, when all the big megafauna of the Ice Age go extinct. Saber-toothed tigers, mastodons, mammoths. When we were at White Sands, by the way, it was just amazing to see these mammoth footprints still in the sand there.
They're big.
They're very big. These things have got a huge stride.
Have you been following the work of Ben Lamb at Colossal? Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so they are bringing back woolly mammoths.
I've seen that, yes.
Yeah. So Ben was on the show, maybe talking about actually being involved with the project a little bit. Just to tangent off before you tell us more about Younger Dryas. The reason, one of the reasons that they're looking at bringing them back, that they think that by putting them in the higher latitudes, these animals will be able to compact down the snow and reflect back more sun.
Interesting.
So they'll be able to use a extinct species to help combat modern global warming.
It's a very fancy idea.
It's amazing. I mean, they're farmers, they're farm animals in a way that they will eat seeds from here and poop them over there, which will help to spread things around. So the other two, I asked him, what else are you working on? So he's got this, the way they're doing it, it's the Asian elephant. So they've taken all of these frozen samples of genetic material. They're then using AI to splice in the gaps. So there will be, at some point, there will be an Asian elephant that gives birth to a woolly mammoth when they're ready, because it's the closest genetic relative that they can get. But the other one, and this is so cool, I really love this idea from Ben. He said that, I was like, what else do you want to bring back? Like, saber-toothed tiger, that's pretty cool. And he said, dodo bird. I'm like, I mean, it's a meme. Why would you bring back it's useless?
The dodo,
Precisely. Why would you do that? He said, well, it was because the reason that it was dead was because of environmental destruction. So he's using all of the effort, being very public about the effort that they have to go to in order to bring this bird back, to say, see how much we had to do, see the labor that we had to jump through in order to be able to bring back this thing that we could have just avoided destroying its habitat in the first place. So it's like a PR bird. So it may end up being actually way more useful than you ever thought, but kind of only as a public relations tool. But I thought that was really cool.
It is very cool.
Colossal's awesome. People should go and check them out.
It would be nice to see how it all ends up. It's a real thing. It's going to happen.
It's happening. I mean, the Asian elephant thing, they're ready to pull the pin on it. I think it'll happen within the next few years.
Fascinating.
It's awesome. So, younger dryas.
Yeah. So, the younger dryas, within almost the living memory of the human species, we know that there have been huge cataclysms on the Earth before. The best known example is the Chicxulub crater deeply buried off the Gulf of Mexico, the so-called KT dinosaurs extinct 65 or 66 million years ago. There have been a number of events like that caused by cosmic impacts from objects from.
I'm sure that you've looked at this as well, but I really loved learning about the fact that asteroid, had it have hit in a slightly different area of the Earth, it wasn't to do with even the impact, it was to do with the toxic dust that was kicked up from some particular type of rock that's very deep down underneath that. And you're talking about seconds later. That the entire future of the Earth, maybe 10 seconds later.
Because these things are traveling at tens of thousands of miles.
We're spinning pretty quick as well. And it would have been it was about as bad of a place for the dinosaurs, pretty good for us, that it could have hit. And I always think about that when we think about contingency and convergence and thin chance.
Interesting. Maybe the dinosaurs annoyed the universe.
Perhaps they weren't. They weren't tracking their precession sufficiently well. They didn't know their wobble. Anyway, sorry, younger dryas. I keep distracting.
It's not a distraction. It's relevant. The point is that there have been a number of extinction level events on our planet, and what is not being properly taken into account is that although it was very recent in geological terms, just 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas was also an extinction level event. And it led to the extinction, as I said, of all the great megafauna of the Ice Age, and it ushered in the Holocene, the modern age that we live in today. The team who are working on what is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis deserve to be taken seriously. Their opponents in science try to paint them as some sort of lunatic fringe, but actually we're dealing with a number, more than 60, highly credentialed scientists who are just following the evidence where it leads them. And what the evidence leads them to, and I've given all the data on this in my books, particularly in Magicians of the Gods that was published in 2015, what the evidence leads to is the conclusion that the Earth, 12,800 years ago, passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. All comets disintegrate sooner or later. For those who would wish to see an example of this, it's Jupiter. It's the Shoemaker-Levy 9 hitting Jupiter and breaking up into 21 fragments before it did so. Comets break up into multiple fragments. Every single meteor shower that we see, and we pass through dozens of them per year, every single one of those is the debris stream of a disintegrated comet. That's what they all are. Every single shooting star is a bit of a comet that we're looking at.
Golf ball.
Sometimes
bigger.
Yeah, sometimes those bits are really large. Sometimes they can be kilometers in diameter. And what is called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate in our time from the constellation of Taurus. Of course, it's not coming from the constellation of Taurus. It's a visual effect. that bit of the sky that the constellation of Taurus is in. The Taurid meteor stream is full of large and dangerous objects. And it's also full of smaller objects. When I say smaller, they might be 100 or 200 meters in diameter instead of 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. The view of the Comet Research Group, who are behind the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a swarm of cometary debris. That swarm did include some large objects. And they reckon that's why the North American ice cap went into a sudden meltdown 12,800 years ago, unleashing floods on an enormous scale and raising sea levels, very oddly at a time when global temperatures were sinking. Normally, you get sea level rise when global temperatures are rising, but they plunged during the Younger Dryas, and yet you have sea level rise. So they think that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and some hit the Northern European.
Multiple, not single large impact.
No. But they do think that there were some large objects that hit the ice caps. But they think primarily what it was airbursts of objects that were about 100 up to 200 meters in diameter. Airbursts like the Tunguska event in 1908, June the 30th, 1908. Nobody disputes that was a bit of a comet. It almost certainly was a comet that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, because that is the peak of what's called the Beta Taurids in precisely 30th of June. It didn't leave any crater because it blew up in the sky. The Earth's atmosphere destroyed it in the sky, but that airburst flattened, the rough calculation is 2,000 square miles of Siberian forest. And when investigators went into the area a few years later, they just found the whole forest flattened over an enormous area by this airburst. It was a cataclysmic airburst. Now, if you take that, fortunately, it was an uninhabited area of Siberia. But if you take that over population areas and you multiply it by 100, it's not just one airburst, it's 100 airbursts. And as you say, the Earth is spinning pretty fast. It's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you can see how the trajectory of these bits coming in would actually spatter the Earth across a huge range of the Earth's circumference. And the evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is that these airbursts were taking place from as far west as the west coast of North America and as far east as Syria, as far south as Antarctica and southern Chile, as far north as Belgium. So this was a very large event, and the fact that no massive craters have been found yet is partly explained by the sense that the larger objects hit the North American ice cap, and partly explained by the fact that airbursts don't leave craters, but they do decimate communities, like Abu Huraira in Syria, which is within 150 miles of the extraordinary site of Göbekli Tepe, and which was wiped out 12,800 years ago. Abu Huraira it was completely flattened by something.
I mean, by flattened?
I mean that everybody there was killed, and that the whole place was destroyed. It was rapidly reoccupied. Within 2 or 3 years, it was reoccupied and repopulated, but something really bad happened there. And the traces on the ground, the iridium, the nanodiamonds, the shocked quartz, the melt glass like trinitite, all of these things speak to precisely what the Comet Research Group thinks went happen, that this was an airburst of an object of roughly Tunguska size that happened to happen over an ancient settlement.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Nomatic. Traveling should be about the journey, not the chaos of packing. That is why I'm such a massive fan of Nomatic. They make the best backpacks and luggage in the world. The difference in the quality of your life when you have a proper, well-designed backpack is immeasurable. They've got compartments for everything, your laptop, your shoes, your sunglasses. It's so well organized that even your toothbrush will feel important. It is literally like the Marie Kondo of luggage. Everything has its place, which makes traveling more enjoyable. It makes you less late. It makes you more organized. Best of all, their products will literally last you a lifetime with their lifetime guarantee. So this is the last backpack that you ever need to buy. And you can return or exchange any product within 30 days for any reason, so you can buy it completely risk-free. You can get a 20% discount off your first purchase when you go to the link in the show notes below, or head to nomatic.com/modernwisdom and use the code MW20 at checkout. Get yourself a new backpack that will change your life at nomatic.com/modernwisdom and the code MW20 at checkout. If you throw a couple of 200-meter sized airburst comets at the Earth, what happens? Is it lots of water, lots of fire, lots of what?
Well, what happens, first of all, and this is a key part of why did the temperature fall? And the answer to that is that's why the view is that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and the European ice cap. See, the North American ice cap at that time was more than a mile deep. So when
Where
you
did that go from and to?
well, you can start out right up in northern Canada, and you can come down into Montana, and you still have ice cap, and it's a mile deep at that time. So even a kilometre-wide object hitting that is not going to leave a crater into the ground. The crater is going to be in the ice, and then meltwater is going to be released from the ice into the world ocean. It's going to flood off the land and into the ocean, both the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean, and that's what appears to have been what brought the climate down. There's a huge flood of icy meltwater pouring into the world ocean and stopping the Gulf Stream in its tracks. If we were to stop the Gulf Stream in its tracks today, global warming would not be a problem any longer. We'd be in global cooling very, very, very rapidly. And that appears to be what happened. And that, up till now, is the explanation that is given for the sudden plunge in climates at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The explanation is that there was a flood of meltwater, icy meltwater into the world ocean, cut the what's called the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is a part, and led to this sudden cooling. But they don't ask themselves, why did that icy water get into the world ocean in the first place? And that is what the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis explains.
What's the alternative hypothesis for how the Gulf Stream got switched off? The established?
Well, there is no real hypothesis for it. It's just said, there is a hypothesis. I just don't think it's a very good one. They say that what happened was that glacial lakes formed in North America. Glacial Lake Missoula and Glacial Lake Agassiz. And these lakes were bounded by ice dams, and that from time to time the pressure of water on the dam would break it and the water in the lake would flood out. And they tried to account for this with sort of 80 flooding events over a period of a couple of thousand years or more. Whereas what the evidence on the ground speaks to one major flooding event. And that sudden drop in climate is very definitely keyed into the date of around 12,800 years ago.
Talk to me about Easter Island.
What a place. I love Easter Island. It's so beautiful and mysterious and remote. 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru, 2,000 miles from Tahiti, literally in the middle of nowhere. There sits Easter Island. And we know that it has been inhabited by human beings. But the general view of archaeology is not for very long. The general view sees Easter Island as being settled perhaps as recently as 1,000 years ago. Maybe you could go back to 700 AD, 1,300, 1,400 years ago. There's some dispute about this. But the notion that Easter Island might have been settled earlier than that
Thanks,
is
brother.
not widely accepted. And so it's the settlement of Easter Island is seen as something that happened towards the end of what is referred to as the Polynesian expansion. And let us recognize the incredible achievements of Polynesians, who were the world's ultimate seafarers. I mean, they explored the whole Pacific Ocean, and they found Easter Island, a tiny, tiny dot in the middle of nowhere. And there's no doubt that the indigenous inhabitants of Easter Island today are descended from Polynesians. They are Polynesian people, no doubt about that whatsoever. But the question is there a prehistory to Easter Island that is being missed? And I feel very strongly there is. And there are signs already that possibility of a much older prehistory to Easter Island is beginning to be explored. One of our indigenous guests on the show happens to be an archaeologist from Easter Island, and her name is Sonia Hoa. And she and her team have found remnants of what are called banana phytoliths. These tiny little bits, microscopic bits of banana, in an excavation that they did in a place called the Rarokau crater. And they're datable. And they date back not to the Ice Age, but they date back 3,000 years, which is at least twice as old as human beings were ever supposed to have been on Easter Island. And why I say human beings is because you can't transfer bananas from place to place any other way than human beings bringing them there. Those bananas could not have been
Have been blown by the wind.
no, they are a result of human activity. So the presence of it's quite a dynamite finding. It doesn't take Easter Island back to the Ice Age, but it does suggest that there's a lot more that we need to find in Easter Island. And I'm just intrigued by the traditions of the Easter Islanders, by the fact that they have a memory of a flooded homeland which was destroyed in a global cataclysm. That homeland was called Hiva, and it was somewhere in the Pacific, and it was flooded in an enormous flood, and some of the survivors found their way to Easter Island. That's how the story is told, but during the period of the Polynesian expansion, there was no flooded island of large size in the Pacific Ocean. Sea levels had already stopped rising by that point. You have to go back to the end of the Ice Age to get that kind of sea level rise that would actually submerge a whole island-sized landmass. And these memories are very clear, still preserved by the Easter Islanders, they don't put a date on it, but it doesn't fit in with the conventional archaeological notion of how or when Easter Island was first settled. There's this suggestion that there's a mysterious lost history in Easter Island. I'm of the view, and I present evidence for this in the series, that the iconic objects for which Easter Island is best known, the moai, these huge sculptured figures, are definitely not from the last 700 or 800 years. They're much, much older than that.
Is there a way to date them?
Well, largely because of the sedimentation that covers many of them up. They're covered. It was first realized when Thor Heyerdahl did an excavation there back in the 1980s. What you see when you go up onto Ranararaku, there's a number of craters on Easter Island. Ranokau was where they found the banana phytomyths. Ranararaku was one of the main quarries out of which the moai were cut. And what you see when you go up there today is basically head and shoulders sticking out of the ground. But if you excavate those objects, those huge statues, you find they really are huge, and that they go down, and Thor Heyerdahl did this, they go down 30 feet under the ground. And they weren't deliberately buried there, they were covered by sedimentation. And so it becomes a calculation of how long.
How much sediment
would you get
accumulated?
30 feet of sedimentation in a tiny island like Easter Island with no other landmass within 2,000 miles to contribute to wind-blown dust and so on and so forth. It all has to come from Easter Island itself. So that's a suggestion that they may be much older. And again, Professor Robert Schoch at Boston University, who's done the absolute breakthrough, courageous work on the Great Sphinx and arguing that the Great Sphinx of Giza shows geological evidence of being more than 12,000 years old. Schoch is also of the view that the moai of Easter Island are vastly older than we've been told by archaeologists, and he bases that largely on the sedimentation.
Why did they make all of those statues?
Well, the explanation that we were given by an elder on Easter Island, Leo Pukarati, is that they contain magic, they contain mana, they contain a force, they contain a power which can affect crops and which can make all right between humanity and the universe. And that they remember them today as images of ancestors who were of particular importance.
There's different sized ears and stuff that didn't...
Yeah, there's the long ears and the short ears. That's true.
The two original races.
Yeah.
The long ears and the short ears.
The long ears and the short ears, yeah. There's a notion that they're imbued with the power of powerful deceased individuals, and that they act as protectors for Easter Island. And there's one particular array in particular of moai, where you have 7 of the moai in a row, and that is thought to memorialize the 7 wise men who fled to Easter Island from the destruction by flood of the land of Hiva.
That seems like a big leap. Why are they the 7 men? Why is there 7? Why did they?
Well, that's a big leap all around the world because there were 7 sages that brought civilization to Mesopotamia as well. According to their myths and traditions, there were 7 sages who brought civilization to Egypt in Zep-Tepi the first time, according to the Edfu texts. This notion of 7 survivors of the cataclysm is pretty widespread.
What about the similarities with other statues around the world?
Yeah, I've been quite struck by that, and I think I was lucky enough to know Thor Heyerdahl. He was an incredibly brilliant, open-minded guy, and I think if Thor he passed away in 2002, but I think if he'd had the opportunity to see Göbekli Tepe and to see the upright T-shaped megaliths there, and to see the fact that they have carved into them arms and hands, and that the hands cross across the belly like this. It's exactly the same posture as the Easter Island statues, except in the case of Göbekli Tepe, particularly in Enclosure D, where the largest megaliths are, we know that they're close to 12,000 years old, or 11,600 years old at least. And that precise dating cannot be put on the Easter Island statues, at least not yet, partly because nobody has looked. But there are extraordinary similarities.
Isn't I don't know what you do, carbon dating? Can you do that with this type of volcanic rock that these...
Well, you can't carbon date any kind of rock. Right. And has the rock... There's a thing called luminescence dating, where if a rocky object has been kept away from the light, if you can be sure that it's not seen light for thousands and thousands of years, then you can say when it was last exposed to the light.
No way.
Yeah, you can. There's some kind of radiation comes off it and allows you to say when it was last exposed to light. It doesn't necessarily tell you when it was made, but it tells you when it was last exposed to light.
When it was brought into the cave or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's a great technology. And then the other one is carbon dating. The carbon dating only works on organic materials. So
unless something's got lodged in it, and the likelihood of that not being degraded
exactly.
over time.
That's by and large how most dating is done by archaeologists. When archaeologists are confronted by a megalithic site, they will look for bits of dateable material. Bits of
give us something organic.
Yeah, which ideally should be trapped underneath the megalith. It should, in order to say
the gold standard, this was here before the thing was here.
Yeah, or to come to the conclusion that the megalith and that object have something in common in terms of their age. That's the closest you.
It's a bit of something that's trapped underneath.
Yes, it's an assumption, rather than necessarily an exact dating, but it does give you a guideline, and it's pretty good.
Talking about the Americas, I noticed we haven't touched at all.
I just want to say one thing about Malta, which was in season 1.
Okay.
Because it's in the first season of Asian Apocalypse. And it concerns this because there's been very tiny amount of carbon dating on Malta, hardly any. You know that Malta is a massive, extraordinary megalithic culture with gigantic megalithic temples. And until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, the temple called Gigantea on the island of Gozo, which is one of the 2 Maltese islands, was thought to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And it was thought to be about 6,000 years old. Maybe a little bit under. And this is based on largely what they call contextual dating, not on carbon dating. But they like to say there is some carbon dating that proves that Gigantea is close to 6,000 years old because carbon dating was done 2 or 3 years ago in a project called Phragsos. But when you look at actually what they carbon dated, they didn't carbon date anything under the temple, which is a protected site. They carbon dated something that was underneath a former toilet block, 40 meters away from the temple, and therefore the conclusion that dates the temple. Even if it were under a megalith, you have to take it carefully as to how and when it got there. But if it's 40 meters away from the temple, I'm sorry, it's no use for dating the temple itself. I think it's possible that the Maltese temples may be, in some cases, as old as...
There is something here. Oh my God.
The engineer is just like, you know what this wall needs right here? And there's a matching face, a complex curve of the block twist. It's almost like the face twisted. Has a twist in it.
You see all the same marked scoops, right?
It's the same.
But I love this, the idea of the story is like, this is your trench, Johnson. Take your take your pounding stone. This is where you work.
Yeah.
And so each guy just sits here for his entire life.
Entire life.
And digs. So I draw a line down the corner, and you'll notice that giant block goes around the corner.
Oh my God. It's like,
You're showing off.
Then you go in with your magic granite flattening tool, whatever that is, and you remove all that granite. Now you have 4 blocks that go around corners.
I think part of our thing is like we have no idea. Snake Bros. Wait, how do you guys do your intro? Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and serpents, angels and demons.
That's right.
Welcome.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent. We are on the Danny Jones podcast.
This has been a long time coming, fellas.
Yes.
I'm psyched to have you guys in here today.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
So,
really glad.
yeah, and thank you for helping me solve my audio issues just now. We just spent the last 30 minutes talking
Yeah.
about audio problems.
Kyle is a wizard.
I love the studio.
Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you.
I'm jealous of your wall back there. I want one of those.
The foam blocks?
Yep.
I got some extra I can give you guys.
For a fly home with this giant bag.
So, I need you guys to tell me what you guys know. I know you guys have the secrets.
Well, let's see. Should we start with where we come from on this stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, how did you guys start your podcast? Tell me the whole origin of the Snake Bros.
Okay. So, the beginning of the investigation into this kind of mystery happened because we actually got into an accident. What was it? Was it 2002?
Yeah. One or
It was a
two.
long
I think it
time
was
ago.
2002.
Yeah, so basically it was a really, really bad car accident. Before that, we were just we were rocking and rolling, we were playing music. We were actually, the car accident happened because we were coming back from a band practice late at night, and but this guy was drunk and he just came over onto our side of the road, and we had a head-on collision at 60 miles an hour. So it was really bad. It broke my back, did a whole bunch of other damage to me. The car's burned to the ground. Bullets were flying everywhere because we were in Texas and we had ammo in the car.
Lots of ammo.
Yeah, the cops and the fire trucks, they all had to leave and everybody had to hit the deck because it's like bullets are flying.
Because the car was on fire?
Yeah, the car started burning and then the ammo started going off and
Holy shit.
yeah.
We had all of our guitars and amps in there too, and they burned.
Yep.
It was terrible.
Yeah. So then I spent a long time in the hospital in recovery, and it was one of those deals where they're like, well, you may never walk again, all this kind of stuff, because my spine had basically exploded, my lower back. The L3 vertebrae was a burst fracture into 27 pieces. And Kyle had a bunch of damage too. He was driving, I was in the front passenger seat, so the seatbelt cut me from my upper right shoulder all the way down to my hip like I had got cut with a sword. So broke my clavicle, ribs, all the way down. So I was really damaged. And then I was in recovery for a long time, hobbling with a cane, couldn't really go anywhere, couldn't really do anything. And after I had read every fiction book I had again and played every video game I had again, I started I was like, I just want to, I want to read some interesting, mysterious stuff. And I started going online and just looking up, let's check out the pyramids. Let's look at ancient civilizations. I know there's mysteries involved in this. And then I started to understand, holy crap, there is a lot of fascinating stuff that I've never really been aware of just in this stuff. Just the first time I saw the interior diagram of the Great Pyramid, and you understand that most of this huge stone triangle doesn't seem to have anything in it. There's just these passageways and these little rooms, and you're like, they built this entire thing and that's all that's inside there? Maybe there's other stuff, So I started getting interested in that. I started looking at out-of-place artifacts, just objects that people have claimed to have found or have been found in places where they shouldn't be. Something that might imply transatlantic trade a long time ago. Some people have, coins, very ancient coins in the Americas. And, so it would be at a time where supposedly nobody was making coins or even using metal, right? Just stuff like that. And then, Kyle and I are hanging out, and I'd start going to him and telling him, dude, have you seen this inside of the pyramid? Have you looked at this?
So Kyle, what happened to you during that accident? How fucked up did you get?
It was mostly
whiplash. But I mean, I was suffering from like a lot of pain. And I was going to all these doctors, had MRIs done, did physical therapy. And I'm trying to, they were trying to figure out why am I in so much pain?
Did your spine explode too?
No.
No?
No broken bones.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you wearing a seatbelt or no?
Yeah.
You were. But you didn't have the seatbelt cut like your
No,
brother?
well, see, what happened to him is one of the big amplifiers in the back flew up and hit his seat.
Oh.
And it just shoved the whole seat forward.
Yeah, so he had hit
against the seatbelt?
Yeah, he hit the brakes, and your seatbelt locks. So I'm sitting back with the seatbelt locks, and this giant speaker stack hits the back of my seat and jams it forward, and the seatbelt was locked. So it just cut me,
Yeah. But basically, it's we're still dealing with all that.
Yep.
It's
How long did it take you guys to like get back on your feet and like start moving around normally?
For me, it was literally like a week, and then I was back at work, and we were working on land development, so it's hard labor outdoors.
But he had long-term tissue damage that no one was really aware of.
That's what I'm saying. Like within a month, I couldn't hardly move.
Yeah. So you know how whiplash will affect you? You'd be like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then 2 or 3 days later, you're like, oh my God, I can't sit up. Yeah. So like one of the things that we found out later with him is he had his right foot slammed on the brake when the impact happened, and that jolt went up his leg, hyperextended his knee, hit his hips, and twisted it, and that entire twisting motion went all the way up his spine and into his neck, and did tissue damage all the way up. It takes a long time to manifest.
It's basically like they call it arthritis, because when you get a severe injury to the spine or to your bones, like not severe injury so much as like just something real hard on it. Like bull riders get this. They get like early onset arthritis called traumatic arthritis. That's what I got in the spine.
Right.
But it was almost instantaneous. It begins from that moment. So
Yeah. But I remember, once I was
still climb through a pyramid though.
yeah.
Still climb through a pyramid.
It hurts a little more than it should, but we can still do it. Yeah. I mean, we went, eventually we were going snowboarding again, eventually.
Right.
Yeah. Which is, it's everything is harder.
Yeah.
Right. You're not nearly
Don't take as big a chances as before, which is kind of good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like maybe I shouldn't jump off this
Yeah,
cliff.
I probably shouldn't try that jump on my snowboard anymore.
And then you guys get rear-ended on the way to the podcast.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the thing, I'm holding my phone like this. We're looking for a restaurant, and we get rear-ended. It just flies out of my hand and just hits me in the face.
Yeah.
Like, dude, okay.
Yeah.
Even a passenger, you shouldn't be holding your phone in your face.
Yeah. I think that that person that was behind you was probably a plant that's following you, CIA plant, because we got to show everybody. My father-in-law was driving down the beach this morning, right 5 minutes away from here, and he sent to me photos of Mobile Tactical Operations Center for the U.S. Space Force.
It looks like the Star Trek emblem.
Yeah. Mobile Tactical Operations Center for U.S. Space Force.
Space Force is here, bro.
It looks like a nice van. Like, I wonder if somebody just bought that van and just did that to fuck with people, or if that's for real.
It could be.
I mean, that's pretty. If you were Space Force, though, why would you want to be so blatantly out in the open like that, just on the beach? I don't know. Maybe
they're proud of being space.
Maybe they have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
They're fucking installing the rods from God, man. So you guys you started reading books, started getting into all the science fiction stuff.
Yeah.
And then at what point did you guys come up with the idea to start a podcast?
Well, after years of us sort of we had long, we're brothers, so we would have these long conversations. I'd go down to his house and hang out, or we're just hanging out with friends and drinking some beers, and we would just have these long, involved conversations. And we started to develop a kind of sort of an alternate or possible alternate ways of looking at this stuff, and then we would just have these amazing conversations about it. And I was like, and then I started getting into podcasts as well. I was listening to them, and I started telling Kyle, I'm like, dude, we could do this. Like these guys, there's all these different podcasts that are discussing this kind of stuff. I think we have something to add to the conversation, and I want to be part of this conversation. I want to talk to these people as well. Yeah. And then the other great thing about having a podcast is you can kind of be just a random person, but you can invite scientists and doctors and experts and, you know, and thinkers onto your show to talk to you, and they'll come and do it, right? Whereas if you're just like, well, I don't have any, can I just call you scientist and talk to you about some science stuff? And they're like, I'm busy. But if you have a show, they'll come and talk to you, maybe, right? So we talked about podcasting for, I don't know, a couple of months, maybe 6 months. And then finally Kyle was like, look, he already had all the equipment.
I already had a studio.
Yeah, because he's, you know, musician, right? So he's like, well, I got a studio, I got the mics, I got all the software we need. He said, you set up the internet side of it, whatever it is you need to do to get a podcast going. And then once you tell me, like, everything's ready to go and we can publish the first show, then we'll record one, right? So I did that. I made an RSS feed. And then I was like, okay, well, I have an RSS feed. He's like, okay, let's record one tonight. And we recorded episode 1.
It's a very mysterious episode.
Which no longer exists.
Why? What happened to it?
She vanished.
It is a hidden history of our podcast.
It was like, I brought a bottle of wine, and by the end of the show, it was like, that was great. And I looked at the bottle of wine, and I'm like, I almost drank that entire bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Then I listened to the show, and I was like, no.
Yeah, because he's hammered.
I got hammered. It was a big bottle, too. It's like one of those.
Oh, so it was you guys who chose to take it down.
Yeah, I was like, dude,
Yeah, it was him. I was like, that was awesome. He's like, bro, no, we're not publishing that. Yeah.
So our show starts at episode 2.
It starts with episode 2. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. So it just and that kind of stuff. We do that kind of stuff with our show all the time. We have our show specifically is a conversation between us two, between the brothers. We do get guests on, but that's not nearly as often as it's just us talking or we're reviewing somebody's book or whatever. It's our conversation, and then we bring our listeners in on it. You know, we read their emails, we get them involved, and so we have a lot of inside jokes. And one of the inside jokes is, you know, episode 2 is the very first episode. Yeah.
But you guys also do or have done like a weekly podcast with Randall Carlson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, we started that like 4 years ago. Yeah.
How did that come about?
So we had been aware of Randall for a while, and you know, we mentioned him on our show multiple times, and then I found out that he was going to be at an event in Colorado.
With the Grimerica boys.
Yeah, with Grimerica, with our friends from Grimerica.
Yeah.
And so they were hosting it, and I was like, and I had listened to Grimerica for years, you know, so I was like, hey, I told Kyle, I was like, dude, we should go to this. We can meet the Grimerica guys, we can meet Randall. And so we signed up for it. They were going to be there for 10 days. We were going to be there for 3. It's like they were pulling 3 groups of people through. So we were signed up for the first set, and we went and met Randall, and we sort of became staff. They asked us to stick around, so we stayed the entire 10 days, helped drive the vans, you know, sort of helped manage the event. And by the end of it, we were telling Randall, like, dude, like, we'll help you start a podcast. Let's get it going. Like, you have all this research material. Let's do it in podcast format and start publishing it, you know? And so
And that's how he started Cosmographia?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, once again, I helped them build the RSS feed. We went back and forth on graphics, website. They have, you know.
Sorry, dude. I
websites
looked
they
for it when I was in
have
China.
now, but
Everything was in
yeah, at the
Chinese.
time,
I
it was just like,
translated
let's
it,
just start doing it, you know?
and it didn't
Like, let's just
fucking.
get it out there, you know. We'll get better as we go.
I couldn't find
Right?
it. Sorry,
So
dude.
We started it, and it was a weekly show. We started with, I guess we started talking about, what's that guy's name? The Orgone Energy. That was the first episode. We kind of did a sort of cover all this different stuff, and then we went into Atlantis, and then we started doing Younger Dryas, right? And then we went into, I guess, climate change. Now we're doing, what are we talking about now? We went into the
We
sun,
did the sun a little bit.
and now we're doing like mounds of America.
Yeah,
So,
that's right.
Wow.
yeah.
So you guys just pick different topics to talk about like every month or something? Or?
Randall runs that.
Because he does like, I
he's-
noticed he does multiple episodes on like the same topic.
Many episodes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he decides like the show content. We're on the production side.
Okay.
But it's almost like a classroom where we're students.
Yeah.
So he's presenting all this information. We can ask questions, make stupid jokes.
Yeah, we're
occasionally.
good at making dumb jokes.
But yeah, I think, you know, he seems to really thrive in that sort of like classroom setting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I was telling you guys last night, I could listen to him read the phone book.
Yeah.
So interesting to listen to.
Yeah.
And
But-
And then how did you guys eventually get in touch with Ben again, Ben Kirkwood?
That was simple. I when he started publishing videos, I think he had only published 2 or maybe 3, and then I went and watched them, and then I was like, these are amazing. I just sent him a message on Twitter. I was like, bro, your videos are sweet. Come on our show. And he's like, okay, you know.
What was his first video about? Was it about the ancient or the high technology stuff? Was it about like one of his trips to Egypt, or
I think weren't they the earlier ones were about the Peru stuff? I don't know what the first one.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Sorry, Ben. I don't remember. The first thing I remember watching specifically was the.
Pull up his channel. We'll find out.
Yeah,
Cool, bro.
We'll find out. He did make some stuff on Peru, and he was talking about the
Cool, man.
drill cores. I
The
think.
core, yeah, the tube drills.
Tube drills. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he also deleted his first episode.
No.
I know.
Yeah,
he made
Honey's pretty
Serapian
insane.
videos in the very beginning as well.
Oh, yeah.
So. But yeah, so I just messaged him on Twitter, and he just agreed to come on the show, and then we've been doing stuff together ever since. Like he's been on our show multiple times. We've been on his. We've done
insane.
tours with him. We go to Egypt. We're going to Egypt with him in a couple weeks. Actually, we're going to be gone for 6 weeks.
You guys were there just.
So where's it from?
in May of last year.
And is it from a specific flower?
Oh, you
Is
were
it from a
you were
specific
there
bee?
literally 2 months ago.
No. I'm sorry. The year before.
In 2020.
Yeah.
I know you told me all this before.
I'm still
Sorry,
in last
man.
year, so it was
Yeah.
last year from last year. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We went to.
We were in
Turkey.
Turkey in April. Yeah.
Oh, that's where you guys were in
Yeah.
Turkey. That's your recent video all about Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
Depends where you buy.
Yeah, we were actually in the process of working on an Egypt video on the Serapeum, and then we went to Turkey, and we're like, okay, this is all fresh in our heads. Let's make one.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Insane.
Right now, so Serapeum got put on hold.
That video was incredible.
But what's
Thank
like
you
the
guys for
purest-
Göbekli Tepe.
Thank you.
I loved that. Can you explain for people who don't know, like the origins of Göbekli Tepe and
New
you know,
Zealand,
obviously
wow,
there's the
insane.
theory that it was deliberately buried,
Yeah.
but you guys come up with like you guys found out. You guys
The
are
science has
you guys
changed.
dug very deep.
Yes.
And you found out it's nuanced because it wasn't necessarily just buried all at once. It was like over 1,000 years or more, right?
Yeah. And it's well, so the thing about the deliberate burying is it's very mysterious sounding, and that. So when you're looking at mysterious stuff or looking for mysterious things, stuff like that can affect the thinking on the entire site, because then you begin to think, well, why would they do this? Like, what would drive them to build something like this and then purposefully bury the whole thing and leave it? You know. So if that didn't happen, then that's very important to know. And the thing is that
We wondered about this for so
Yeah,
long.
we
Like
talked
when you
about it.
hear that they intentionally buried this massive site, you're just like, what? Why could that be? And so we're going down these roads of like, what was it? A time capsule? Were they trying to preserve a message for the future?
Yeah.
This became like a common idea, you know, people, because this is what you ask yourself when
it's
this
like
is a
buried
monumental
treasure.
task.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why were they doing it? Were they hiding it? Were they trying to preserve it for the future? All these narratives pop up because of that, and I mean, this goes back to like my earliest interest in the ancient world was looking for arrowheads here, and
Cool,
you
man.
start to learn what campsites look like.
Thanks, buddy.
What human occupation sites look like. You know, in the Neolithic times or whatever, when they were just working with rough stone tools, and you can see what their debitage looks like, and that's when we first walked up to the site of Göbekli Tepe. It was almost instant. I was just like, this is Midden.
Yeah, you can see it. In
What is
second.
Midden?
Midden is basically human occupation layers. They're layers of sediment that are all of the bits and pieces of debris and debitage from normal human activity. Now, obviously, there
This
are
is-
walls and structures in there.
This is a funny question because
Yo,
I
Perfect
thought-
Ace,
I
what is
figured
up,
we'd
man?
talk about this, and it's
What's up, Perfect
interesting
Ace?
Because Kyle learned about
How are you,
Midden,
dude?
and then Kyle and I would go on Arrowhead.
Sick
and
emote,
we'd
dude. That's such
watch
a
it,
sick
and
emote.
We'd be like, oh, this is Midden, and I look down, I'm like, what? Are you
What is that, snail?
Dirt.
What is the difference?
Sick.
Right?
And Joe stands for
Eventually you
methyl
learn to see it. A
glyoxyl.
lot of times it's a bunch of very similar
Insane.
sized
Thank you, Toad.
rocks, like
Or a
kind of
goose.
Squarish, you know, and you just sort of recognize it. You're like, this is
Wow.
somebody made this pile.
That
of,
is
of
some
stones,
serious
and it's just very old.
Methyl
They didn't, like, they weren't
glyoxyl.
carving the rocks or anything like that. It's just that when you bring
Wow.
a bunch of stones in and you make fires with them, they sort of break in regular patterns, and you end up with kind of a gravel. like a cobble-sized gravel.
Okay.
They just look very regular. It doesn't look natural.
Wow,
where
I'm
everything
terrible.
Can be just randomly different sizes.
Right.
They're
What
all
up, everybody?
sort of
Thanks for
very
being here, bro.
similar, like fist-shaped, fist-sized rocks, and you recognize, oh, there's a pile of these, you know, covered in grass, very old, and then you start digging in it. And I mean, you don't have to dig very much, and you find specific like markers.
Come
Like
on,
there will
man.
be a certain kind of shell. At least in the States, you
Come
find this.
on.
There will be a certain kind of snail shell, all in the middle.
Yeah, it just depends on the types of materials that they were around at the time.
Okay.
Like the dirt, for example, looks a little more sooty. It has like got ash in it. It's got a lot of charcoal. But you know, there's all this stuff that people collected. There are, you know, tiny little broken shards of flint just everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Well, that was the material they were working with. So if you were in a place where they were working
No,
with quartz,
there's
then
some
you'd
bad
find
AI
little
jokes.
little tiny bits of quartz everywhere. If that's the stone they were working with,
Or obsidian.
or obsidian.
Yeah.
So there's another example. We were at a place that we had basically confirmed was an occupation site. We were just like, okay, yes, people were living here. We were finding flint. We were finding all this stuff. We're walking away.
So Canadian,
After
yo,
about
thanks
an
for the 10
hour
bits,
looking
brother.
around,
Appreciate
and
that a lot.
somebody finds a little piece of obsidian.
And hey,
Turn around.
I said,
go back, there's an obsidian arrowhead up.
I'm sorry
There's
that
no reason for this piece
has
of
your
obsidian
father
flake to be
passed
this
on to a
Doesn't
better
belong here,
place.
it's not from here.
There's no
I'm sorry if he
volcano
has.
nearby.
Humans
I really
brought
am.
it here.
That's what I wrote in
Made
chat.
something
Yeah.
out of it.
It's volcanic.
Sorry, dude.
So
I really
stuff-
am.
It's little tiny things like that, and sure enough, we found a work piece of obsidian there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You found an obsidian arrow-head?
Byproduct of
It's not
glycolysis.
complete. It's a little tiny
Glycolysis.
bird point like a dart.
And where was this?
Glycolysis.
I'm not going to tell you about that.
Deeper
It
rabbit
was in
holes.
Arizona. Yeah.
Okay.
It was near.
Secret spot in Arizona.
Advanced
Where was
sugar.
that?
Come on,
We were,
man.
It was near Sedona.
yeah, Sedona. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
So
outside of
when
Sedona.
you the first time you pulled up to, so which part of, is this Gobekli
This is
Tepe the proper where now there's
Yes.
a big dome over the top?
Yeah, this is before the.
Okay.
That chamber right there. That's enclosure C.
Yeah, the one in front there. Yeah.
So
D is the one to the right.
to the right, yeah. So you can see the obviously there are rock walls, and a lot of the stones that you're seeing that are just kind of bigger ones are probably broken down rock walls. But when you look closer at that material, you can tell that it's midden. It's basically like full of little tiny flint flakes from a people who were working flint every day of their lives making tools. There are pieces of grinding stones, which were they were made of basalt. Now there's a basalt
Fuck up
outcrop
AI.
within like a kilometer of this
I could
site.
do that too.
There's
Silent
down
mode.
this
Come
basalt
on.
outcrop, which
I
is
appreciate it.
basalt
I just try to tell
grinding
people to
stones.
spend time with their damn. Oh,
it's
thanks,
good
man. You're the
grinding
man, dude.
So they were making grinding stones for grinding whatever, grain, ochre. They ground all kinds of stuff. They ground a massive amount of stuff based on the number of grinding stones found in this place. In fact, the archaeologists were blown away. They were like, why? Like,
Yeah, that sounds
they
like
did this pretty cool
it's kind of creepy that
they got people to
AI is
grind
making a joke
on one of
about
these- they made
Skynet.
their own grinding stones, just like the ones at Gobekli Tepe, and they would
Isn't
grind
that kind of
8
ironic?
hours in a day to see how much material that they came up with, and it was enough to feed like 5 people,
Really?
one guy. And so
One
based-
guy for 8 hours.
I think it's
Yeah,
really
so based
ironic
on
that
the-
they would joke
college
about
days,
becoming
college
Skynet.
days
I mean,
for
honestly.
grinding for 8 hours.
Or is that just like an admission?
So they were just blown away. They're like, there are way too many grinding stones here to support whatever population may have been nearby. So what the hell were they doing? They were manufacturing a lot of stuff, whoever these people were that had the grinding stones. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's connected to who built this place, but there are broken grinding stones all over it, and broken arrowheads, broken flint shards. So people were living and working there all the way up to fairly modern times. I mean, to at least medieval times. And I mean, it's being farmed right now, so technically, they're still there. People never left.
Yeah, see the trees on the up in the upper top there. That's an orchard.
Those are olive trees.
Yeah.
So the radiocarbon dating here says it's at least the farthest back it goes. Is how old again?
It's like, oh man.
God, look at the landscape there. The view there is just unbelievable.
I'm just gonna say roughly 12,000 years old.
Yeah.
Roughly 12,000 years
Yeah.
old.
Now, they had a lot of difficulty in the dating. They they already had, for I don't know how many decades, an established,
Oh wow, what a great view.
a well-established dating of artifacts by style. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the whole Anatolian area, they have been digging in midden piles, human occupation layers, looking at styles of flint, points, arrowheads, tools, and had all this, and then had very good carbon dates from those layers in multiple different sites, corroborating the evidence of each one, so that they had a well-established time period for the types of arrowheads you would find. So if you pick up this type of arrowhead, they could instantly say, well, that's 8,000 years old, because of the style.
Okay.
At the very bottom layers of Göbekli Tepe, they were finding the arrowheads of a people that were 12,000 years old.
And how do they know these people were 12,000 years old?
Because of the dates from other sites.
Because they had dug so many other sites all around Anatolia that had those arrowheads in layers that had carbon datable materials that showed that date.
Okay.
So like,
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you another product that I've been using for years now that was also recommended to me by the world-renowned nutritional scientist, Dr. Dominic D'Agostino, and it is called Keto Brains. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer is a way to perfectly dial in your morning beverage to bring you razor-sharp focus on demand. I start out every day with Keto Brains in my cup of coffee to combat the midday slump, and I use it for pre-workout. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer has efficacious doses of focus-inducing alpha-GPC, lion's mane, alpha wave promoting L-theanine, and ketone-stimulating C8-MCT powder. And all of those high-functioning nootropics are packed into a delicious, creamy coconut powder. It tastes amazing, it's a keto nootropic powerhouse, and it tickles all the right neurotransmitters to give you the flow and jitter-free energy with absolutely zero crash. There's no dosage tricks involved, it's just one scoop is a full serving. You put it in your coffee, your tea, put it in your water, whatever you want, and you get 30 full doses per package. There's no pills, and there's absolutely no waiting for it to work. It kicks in like that. You can keep your brain razor sharp, primed, and ready for action with Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer. Whether you're an entrepreneur juggling multiple projects, a student studying for exams, or you're an athlete that's trying to optimize your training, Keto Brains will not let you down. All right, here, I'm gonna list all the ingredients contained in Keto Brains and what they do. It increases ketone production via AG-C8-MCT powder. It increases acetylcholine and HGH production via 300 milligrams of alpha-GPC. It increases GABA and alpha wave production via 250 milligrams of L-theanine. And it increases BDNF and NGF via 500 milligrams of lion's mane mushrooms. And these are all carefully sourced and third-party tested ingredients. This stuff quite literally increases acute brain function, protects your brain and mitochondria long-term, and last but not least, it makes your coffee delicious. If you're interested in Keto Brains and you want to get a big discount, just go to the link in the description below, ketobrains.com, and use the promo code DANNY20 when you check out. Again, that's ketobrains.com. Hit the link below and use the promo code DANNY20 at checkout. Back to the show.
many, many times over at many different sites, when they found those arrowheads and they carbon dated something from the same layer, they would get the same date. So it's pretty good corroborating evidence that those arrowheads are consistent with a date of roughly 12,000 years. So when they get to the bottom, the archaeologists looking at the bottom layers of Göbekli Tepe are like, this is 12,000 years old. The burial layers, not the stonework, but the layers at the very bottom that start to build up of dirt, right, that are burying the site. Now, in some cases,
So that means the stonework is older? Or
It has to be at least
as
at least
old.
that
yeah,
old?
yeah. It can't really be younger unless there's something another drastic, like they dug through all that stuff and
And the idea is that the people that were making and using these arrowheads were just like very primitive hunter-gatherers that would not be capable.
Up until this point, that's who they were. You see what I'm saying? Up until the point of the discovery of Göbekli Tepe,
That's what they
those
were
hunter-gatherers were considered primitive hunter-gatherers
Right.
who never really built anything
Right.
astonishing.
yeah.
And they didn't
Definitely
even
not
have
monumental.
They didn't have pottery. The name of this culture is called the PPNA, Pre-Pottery Neolithic A, because there's a PPNB.
Pre-pottery
Right.
Neolithic A.
Yeah.
So they didn't have pottery, yet they were making gigantic standing stone circles by flattening bedrock. I mean, they took a slope of bedrock and flattened it.
Yeah, see
made it level.
if you look at in enclosure C there, you see the little pedestal that the central stone is on.
Yes.
Yeah, see how it's on a pedestal and then around it is flat? That is smooth, flattened limestone bedrock. It isn't.
Oh wow.
The pedestal itself is still the bedrock. It's
So
not like
they basically cut out all the negative stone bedrock around that pedestal.
Yeah. And then they cut a slot into the pedestal and then slotted that standing stone into it.
What?
Yeah. So it's not a simple construction, and the floors of the enclosures are smooth and beautiful, and even I don't know if this, I can't remember this one, but in some cases the sides of the pedestal are decorated in relief carvings. So there's like a row. It's not high, it's like mid.
Okay.
Oh, this is so
But they are
fast.
sticking out.
Yeah,
It's
they
not like
stick
they're-
out.
It's not like they're cutting the thing into the stone. They're cutting the stone away and leaving the carving.
Right.
There is a high relief one. It's almost it's a sculpture of a cat.
Behind that pillar.
Yeah, it's directly behind it there.
Can't see it in this photo.
Yeah, but it's
No.
amazing
What
work.
the fuck,
How much
man?
deeper do you think it goes? How much? How
well,
much?
that's the bedrock. So it
That's the
seems like
bedrock
the bottom.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And-
the bottom.
Yeah.
In some places, there's a lot of tunnels in the bedrock, not at Göbekli Tepe, but in this area of Turkey. They were tunneling into bedrock.
Notice this in the picture here. This is another thing to point out. They had these portal stones where they had cut this. So you imagine you cut a big square slab and then you completely cut the middle of it out to make a portal stone. That was broken.
That one in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't get to go to the museums, but I've seen some photographs of portal stones like this that have high relief carvings of like cats standing on the edge of that portal, reaching over as though they might be drinking out of a pool in the center of the portal. Beautiful.
Yeah.
No, like, come on, bro.
Yeah, so when we went, the earthquake and flood had just happened in Turkey, so we couldn't.
Oh yeah.
So all the
Tell me
museums,
about that.
yeah. So the museums were closed, and they had moved, 40,000 crates of artifacts out of the museum.
Dude, a ton of people died in that.
Yes.
In that earthquake.
A lot.
No, dude.
Yeah. See the high relief cat there?
I did
Oh
not
my God,
goose,
that's nuts.
toad,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
that
so I
white
think
goose.
we're most interested in the building techniques.
I have not yet, bro.
Just like that. That's awesome. So think about this: like to make this pillar, the person at the quarry.
It
had
would
to
be pretty
leave
crazy
a
in the winter.
Sizable chunk of stone sticking out of the side.
That
of
would be
pillar.
pretty hype in the garage in the winter.
So it's.
I was thinking more about your garage
this is
proposition.
thoughtful. This is planning.
If I could like build up
The
a
guy at the
sweat in the
quarry
winter,
may not be the guy who carved this cat.
That'd be
or
great.
Whatever this thing is. I doubt that it's the same person. So you have to have
like Rocky in the
engineering and
meat
planning. And
freezer.
there's actually some new data coming out by some scientists that looking at the entire layout of the stone circles that suggests the entire site was planned. The original
Go full
narrative was
retard.
the original idea was that one circle was built and used for a while, and then they sort of like, they put all this stuff into sort of a religious context. Like, well, it has to be religion. Why else would you build
Yeah.
it?
It's ritual, it's religion, it's, yeah.
No one builds,
It would-
no atheist ever.
It would
builds
really
stone
help my
circles.
mental health, I think, for the winter.
No atheist ever built
Just to get
beautiful temple
some-
buildings or stone circles or
Some
monuments.
blood flowing. If I can punch a heavy bag, it'd be
You
great.
know, it's like they do all these rituals, and then it's like, okay, the rituals are done, the gods are appeased, bury that circle, dig another one, build another circle. This was the early on ideas. But now it looks like the entire site was planned.
And it's interesting.
Then I can do
because
like
when you start
kicks. I
reading
can do
the,
like jump,
the
spinning
papers,
kicks,
they-
right?
With the
use
artifacts
it
and the
properly.
carvings, the totems
Oh
are
wow,
strange.
that is sick.
Yeah. With the artifacts and the carvings, it looks like each enclosure may have had a specific animal type associated with it. So you have like the circle,
Or even just
the
roundhouses.
enclosure of the cat, the enclosure of the boar,
There's just
the
something
enclosure
so
of the bird,
satisfying about roundhouse
the
kicking.
enclosure of the serpent, the enclosure of the fox.
A heavy
right?
bag.
So it's like you start to think of like, is this a kind of
Magic school?
yeah? It's
What
like
is your guys' wildest theory on what the fuck it was?
I think it might actually be.
I think the Gryffindors are going to beat the
It's the
Slytherins.
Gryffindors. Which is too bad because clearly we're part of Slytherin, right?
Oh
Brothers of the Serpent. But yeah, it's. I mean, I really like the idea that the standing stones themselves, at least the central pillars and the flattened platforms, may be very, very old. Far older than even the artifacts and found in there. Because that's the thing. When you dig into the archaeological papers on this, they do say, specifically, they say the dates that we get from the lithics, which would be the arrowheads, the PP&A stuff, from the pottery, and also from dating organic material
Yeah, I bet.
in the mortar of the rough stone walls. At
I
the
bet,
very
brother.
bottom, give us these early dates of, you know,
Hold on, let
12,000
me,
before
be
present.
right back.
Cannot date the megalithic architecture. It just doesn't give you the dates for that stuff because it could have been there before that.
The big T pillars.
Yes.
Yeah, and the shaping
Yeah,
of the
dude,
bedrock.
I've become like taking the
So is it
doomer
possible
pill.
that,
I
you
need
know,
to
that somebody built this
start
stuff
getting a little more
a
active.
long time ago, and then they just disappeared, or went somewhere else or whatever, and then later people found it and started rebuilding it. And then
This is what
some of the outer, smaller pillars are their attempts to recreate. So they're, in other words, they're learning, you know, some of these techniques,
Yeah.
and then
So-
they live here. They build the rough stone walls. Then maybe they cover them over. Who knows? You know.
So we kind of came up with this idea that I love this idea, the idea of ancient archaeologists.
Yeah. There is evidence that people
Think
later.
about what archaeologists do. I mean, the people that have come here and dug out this site, they have excavated the site. They've stood up pillars. They've tried to rebuild some rock walls. So when I look at this site from a construction standpoint, these rock walls between the pillars, those don't look like they belong. The building style doesn't match.
Right.
The rock walls are not shaped stones. They're just sort of whatever size and shape that they are. They use mortar. They don't have carving on them. They used plaster, supposedly. And in a lot of cases, the rock walls cover up the carvings on the pillars. So it looks to me like someone came in and tried to restore an already ancient and dilapidated site. And so they would be doing what modern archaeologists do. They come in, they find this just pile of rubble, and then they start lining up the blocks and numbering them, reorganizing them, try to rebuild the entire temple or whatever it is. And why do we do this in the first place? Because we're interested in our past. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if some people 12,000 years ago found this site and were like, we've got to see what this was all about.
12,000 years ago, that was right in the middle of the Younger Dryas, right?
Right at the
Right
end.
after the end of it, just after.
12,000 was the very end of it.
Yeah.
And it lasted for
Was it
1,000 years, right?
Like
11,600 or something like
Yeah,
that.
11,006 would be the end of the Younger Dryas, something like that. And
So
then,
yeah, you're right.
So yeah, then you're looking at people. This would be just after, right? The end of it, I'm pretty sure. 10,000 something BC.
so this was built after.
Yeah. Well, the dates for the lithics and the bottoms of the walls. Like we don't know when that's what I'm trying to say. Like it may be much older than that.
So these ancient archaeologists could have been after the Younger Dryas,
Right.
trying to figure out what this was and trying to preserve it and
Could be.
look
Yeah.
into our past.
There is evidence that later peoples came and dug down into the midden, specifically into the. If you look at enclosure C again, that one. See how the top of that pillar is broken?
Yeah.
And the pillar down on the lower right, the big one down there, is also busted. There's two huge pillars there, and they're broken. You can see all the shattered pieces lying around in the bottom of the enclosure there. Somebody specifically around, was it 6,000 BC?
I think something like that.
6,000 BC. So, 4 to 6,000 years after the site was no longer in use, somebody came along and specifically dug a hole down to the tops of those pillars and smashed
I might have
them
to turn
and
off
then
this
recreated
bot.
the site.
At least that's what.
I don't ever mean to
we don't know if they
disrespect
really
with this
smashed
with
them.
these
Right,
bots. I really
Could be
don't.
that someone smashed them.
It could be
Yeah, what was
used
the
like
term
someone
they
could
used?
abuse it, but
Iconoclastic. Yeah. So
So
I wonder, I mean, think about the earthquake.
I
that
think
just
he would
happened,
find
though.
it funny.
How many of those earthquakes has this had to survive?
right, that would be one reason to bury it on purpose if you didn't want it to. If you're like, I'm not going to be here to take care of it anymore, but you bury it so the earthquakes won't destroy it.
Yeah, to protect it, huh?
Yeah.
But really, the burial looks more like collapses of the midden in something maybe like the heavy rainfall that they got.
Yeah.
Because you can see at the site, you can see that they have used sandbags and all this stuff to shore up the walls around the excavation site. the modern excavation of this site.
okay.
They're trying to prevent all of this midden and soil and rocks and rubble from falling back into these enclosures. So if these enclosures were already, like at the time, maybe covered in midden,
Oh
and
man,
people dug
Cartman,
them
like
out,
you just
then
have the worst
midden would
timing,
collapse
Cartman.
back into it, and of course be
Or
jumbled
load the
up.
bait.
That's the other problem with the dating of the site, is that the midden from within these enclosures is in some cases inverted. The older stuff is at the top, the younger stuff is at the bottom.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
it,
that
and
makes
this
sense.
is why they thought it was buried. It's like they're just throwing material in.
Yeah.
But it
that
could
makes
also be from natural collapses of material that have fallen back into the.
Yeah, they described the material that was in there as in a series of lenses, which is, that's what the soil falls in and makes this sort of lens shape in the hole, and then another set falls in from this side and makes another one, and then so when they dig through it, they can see it doesn't have a stratigraphy really like naturally laid sediment, but you can see that it's several different collapses.
So has this all been accepted in like the mainstream now? Like now that this has been discovered and tested and looked at and analyzed for so long, is this now, have they officially rewritten the human timeline? Or is it still
The human timeline
is
from
it still just YouTube speculation?
no, like when we were doing all the the reading and the research for making the Göbekli Tepe video specifically, we were reading the scientific papers written by the people who had been working on the site, right? So all this stuff we're telling you is stuff that came from them, not so much. They probably wouldn't specifically say that the stone pillars could be far older, but they have specifically said that they cannot date them.
Yeah.
And all that they have been able to determine is the latest possible date for those things. They must have been built at that time or before 10,000 BC-ish. So
The pillars.
yes, yeah, because the material in the bottom is basically that.
Yeah, the other thing that it did really to the human timeline, what I feel like it should have done was made people accept that humans were doing megalithic stonework, or that civilization may have started quite a bit earlier than what was previously believed. But instead what they did was they modified what they believed that hunter-gatherers do in their spare time.
Yeah,
Which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. It's like, well, we don't want to cede the point that everything that we've said about humans' advancement through time is incorrect. We'll just modify the definition of this term.
see the anthropomorphizing of the pillars. This is the other weird thing, and this is, you'll love this. We didn't come up with this connection, but many people have pointed it out. See how each pillar there, the two central ones, they've got that the V shape going down. That's
Sideways V.
It's a sideways V.
Yeah.
It's an arm. So you can view the pillars as basically standing human figures. They have arms that go down the side and then wrap around in the front. See if you can find a picture that shows the front of them with the fingers.
Yeah, they're standing there kind of holding their belts.
Yeah, they have belts on, so you can view the T shape at the top as sort of the head.
And there's arms carved into them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're standing with their fingers wrapped around the front of their belts.
Yeah, it's a very strange and kind of eerie representation.
They're wearing fox
Yeah, there it is.
pelts.
There you go. See his fingers?
Right there?
National
yeah.
Geographic.
Down
Oh,
right
oh,
there.
oh,
Yes, this one.
This one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
See if you can open that up. Right. So he's. There we go. Yeah. I wish I'd have
So
thought
this
to
is like
bring
his
this.
hands down to his side?
Yeah, so see the belt going around down there, and it's got a fox pelt hanging from the belt on the front, and those are his fingers coming around the front there, just above the belt.
He's kind of holding his
They're
belly.
real thin. They're incredibly thin.
And
right?
you can see the two lines going up the center. He's wearing like a jacket type
Yeah,
of. Like
he's got a robe or a jacket on. It's got a belt with complicated buckles or something around it, and a fox pelt or something hanging from the front. Right. This is a very interesting carving. So they are supposed to be anthropomorphic figures, and so
Aliens.
Right. It's yeah, or some kind of strange hominid god.
long
Right.
heads.
Now you want to start thinking about long heads or Anunnaki or something.
Right.
There's two of them in each enclosure, and they're like twins or brothers or two different guys standing there in the middle, taller than everything else, sort of surrounded by a council or knowledge in the shape of other T-pillars. facing them. But the other weird thing, and this is wild. See if you can. He's up. Yeah. When you get back there, pull up some pictures of the Moai statues on Easter Island.
Yo, Easter Island just got like burned down, right?
Did it?
And a bunch of those heads got like torched.
Oh no.
Yeah. How do you burn stone heads?
They're not stone. They're what are they, Steve?
They're volcanic ash.
Yeah, they're made of ash.
They look like concrete, but they're
Like tough? Is it volcanic tough?
I don't know, but it's
You could find out.
You can burn it.
I thought they were basalt.
So you can see some of these. Yeah, just pull up one of the pictures of where there's a bunch of them in a row. Yeah. It may be tough to see on this.
Oh gosh, that's gonna make me zoom in.
Oh yeah.
The ad zoomed bigger than the regular picture.
Can you find out exactly what it's called? These stones are made out of, Steve.
Well, if it's ash, it might be volcanic tuff, which is
Yeah.
actually a pretty
Tuff.
soft. I don't know why they call it tough. It's
Yeah,
soft.
it's soft.
Huh.
It's not tough at all. Right. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. It's volcanic tough, solidified ash.
right.
Okay. So yeah, that stuff. That's what the tunnel systems. Why can't I think of Darren Kuyu?
Yeah. Darren Q.
In Turkey, they're dug out of volcanic tuff.
Oh, really?
'Cause, yeah, it's actually not.
That underground labyrinth?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to dig.
Whoa, look at the shit on his back.
I
Yeah.
have
This is
never
one that
seen
was
that.
buried for a long time, and he has all kinds of stuff on his back. Yeah. All kinds of stuff. There are a lot of stylistic similarities to some of the things that are carved onto these Moai statues, is what we see at Göbekli Tepe.
How have you never showed me this?
This is the first
Keeping this from me?
I gotta hold back those snake facts, bro. Sometimes.
Did you guys go to Darren Kuyu?
Not yet. No.
Can you go in there?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think Darren Kuyu was for? What was that built for?
I mean, the first thing it makes me think of is like
Oh, go to the one with the people standing next to
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
See if you can get him on the.
it may be one of the many arcs.
Oh, look at that.
There,
There's
those
the
fingers. Dude, look at that.
Oh, yeah, the
Zoom that
fingers.
picture in.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah. See the fingers?
That is wild.
It's so weird how it's similar. There are other statues in other places that have this same pose. Now, you could argue like this isn't that big of a deal, the pose or whatever, but I do find the long, thin, strange-looking fingers to be sort of. It's just weird that they would come up with that two different things at so different places and different times. You know, that's the question. How old are these things? You know, are some of them very old?
They have no way to carbon date the tough stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And look how deep it is in the sediment.
So deep.
Yeah.
Now you could carbon date that sediment
intentionally-
possibly.
Yeah.
Right.
Like if you get to the bottom and you find a piece of organic material, like a burnt, like say maybe somebody had a campfire
Yeah.
nearby,
Right.
uphill slightly, and so then when this sort of inundation of soil came in, maybe it pushed some of that charcoal around in the same layers at the base of this statue. You could date those. And then you could maybe make a correlation that the statue was stood up in this place at least by this date.
Right.
But that date could be very young because when the statue was not buried, the statue was already very old. You see what I mean? The date of the charcoal of somebody's fire pit near the statue doesn't mean the statue dates to the age of the fire pit. The statue could be much older.
Right.
Just can't
That's
be younger.
just the minimum date.
Yeah.
The other interesting thing with this, I remember when I was first, like soon after the accident, when I'm looking at Easter Island, years and years ago, you can find, or at least at the time I did, I found old drawings where,
What is that airplane on the bottom right of the picture? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's
Oh,
okay.
that's images. Sorry, I'm gonna bring that up.
No,
It's
no.
like an airplane.
Yeah, is it somebody's watermark? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are sketches where some of the first people to visit the island sat and sketched the heads and the sort of the landscape, and they're very well done. And you can find a photograph of that same spot. So 400 years later, 400 or 500 years later, of the same spot, and it hasn't changed at all. The heads are all in the same. You know how some of them are tilted this way, some are tilted that way.
Right.
They're buried to the same spot, like up to the chin or just up to the shoulders, as this sketch from 400 years ago. And then you look at the timeline where they're supposed to have all been built between, I can't remember exactly, was it 1400 to 1500 AD, something like that. That was when they were all erected. So the people who did the sketch came there around 100 years after that, and the statues are already buried up to their necks. And then in the next 400 years, nothing changes. And so it's sort of difficult to believe. But the other interesting thing is...
So wait, 1400 AD, they were stood up again?
No, I think the idea is that the first European explorers that showed up on the island showed up about 100 years after the statues had been put up.
According to
The standard story.
Standard story.
Yeah.
Standard story. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and don't, you know, like, I may be getting some of this a little inaccurate. I can't remember all the dates exactly, but it's basically around 100 years after the statues had been completed, or nobody was making them anymore, is when the first Europeans showed up. And then they made sketches, and then you can compare those sketches, you know, to,
Look at how similar this looks.
it's very similar to the
pillar
yeah,
carving.
the
Is it
style,
really?
the birds,
Oh
the
my God.
vultures, it's very strange stuff.
Just keep scrolling down a little bit, Steve.
But you know, see, this is what people do when you find volcanic tuff. You just do this. This is like a natural human thing.
Oh, look, there's a whole video. What's carved on their backs?
Yeah.
That is beautiful. Now wow.
Somebody superimposed paint onto a.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
they actually painted it.
No.
Did
That's
they paint
awesome.
a real? Yeah. Wow. That's amazing.
That's so weird, man.
Check out that bird thing. with
Yeah. Like a vulture. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very ceremonious, ritualistic.
Yeah. So the other
If
thing,
you're that advanced, why are you wasting
Sorry.
your time carving stones?
I also love that they have these red hats. You know. What are those things?
It's a fez.
It's a fez.
So
And
Is
you're
it
never gonna do it without your fez.
Do you think
on.
this was just super easy for them to do?
It
Like,
does seem like it.
creating this stuff is
Yeah.
like it's like nothing to them, or do you think they actually spent fucking months and months and years creating this stuff out of this stone?
Well, either way, you want to know what is the reason. Like, what was the drive to do it?
Right.
You know, like
Right.
if it was easy, or even if it was difficult, like why did they want to do this stuff? You know, and I just, a lot of times
Come
you
on,
find
bro.
the standard story to be sort of, it's just not very satisfactory. Anyway, the thing I was pointing out is that a
What
lot
is
of-
that?
that's the caldera, the extinct volcano.
Oh, that's the volcano on Easter Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also a form of writing called Rongo Rongo
Yeah,
that comes from this place that's never been deciphered. Well, they haven't found very much of it.
yeah.
Some wood carvings of the writing style, but it's very interesting looking.
And
there,
it's
there you go.
yeah, and it's extremely similar. Lots of very similar characters to.
Wow. Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Isn't that awesome looking?
That is incredible.
It looks almost perfect.
Yeah,
That may be a recreation. I've
yeah.
seen it on a wood.
they're on wood. Yeah,
But yeah, that's awesome. It's like figures and stuff. They're somewhat stylized hieroglyphs.
like think of semaphore. You know, semaphore is like a language of body. You know, like
Yeah.
people at sea would use this, or with you know, it looks like semaphore. Like it's like little stylized drawings of human figures doing different positions. Which is why we came up with this idea that it was a
There's the wood.
yeah. There's the wood.
No, that's the same thing. It's that papyrus.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But so what's interesting is how similar it looks to the Indus Valley script, which is, you know, that's in Pakistan, and there's an undeciphered script there that looks almost exactly like this stuff from Easter Island. Again, on the wrong side of the world. So is there a connection? Now you're thinking, you know, okay, so you got Indus Valley, you got Göbekli Tepe.
So far
And
apart.
both of these are pointing to, in stylized ways, and even with the writing, to Easter Island. There's a lot of the very same kind of figures. Some of them are different, but it's very similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most like perplexing things to me is how, like, based on how advanced these people were, how long it took them to do this kind of
Absolutely,
stuff.
mate.
Like, did it
Come
really
on.
take them that long, or was it just super fucking easy
Yeah.
for them to do?
Wow.
There's some stuff that looks like it was easy to do.
Come on, man.
Just based on how much, I don't know. It's like some
AI
of
is
the
going
granite
crazy.
stonework that you see in Egypt,
And
where
Peru.
they're like removing material after they've put the stone in place because they're essentially facing off a wall to make it flat. The amount of material they're removing from some of these stones is just insane. Like you can't imagine.
I could pull some up here if it's.
Yeah, like I mean, just like
That's what. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No. I was just gonna say, like the Serapeum boxes by themselves are just so fascinating because, as you know, Chris Dunn talks about in his books. He asked one of the biggest granite manufacturers in the country what it would take for them to reproduce that box, and he said we couldn't reproduce that the way it is. We would have to take separate slabs and bolt them together, and it would cost upwards of $500,000.
Yeah, we can look at some of those too, the boxes in the Serapeum. But this is Menkaure, the third pyramid on Giza, the small one that people mostly don't pay attention to. But it has this very interesting stonework at the base of it. Like Menkaure, just like the other pyramids there, are built out of the core material. All this stuff up here is limestone, right? This is all limestone blocks. But down here, I can move in.
So this is the smallest one in the line of three?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at those granite blocks. Like, some people in here for scale. These are huge. And these would be the casing stones or the facing stones, right? So the other two pyramids were also cased in this beautiful Tura limestone. It's a very hard white limestone, and they were flattened all the way up. And there's old writings about how they would.
Pardon this brief interruption, but I want to take a second to talk about our sponsor, Verso. Now, if you've heard this podcast before, chances are you already know how obsessed I am with health and longevity, which is why one of my favorite guests to have on the show is nutritional scientist and neuroscientist Dr. Dom D'Agostino, who actually introduced me to this stuff. Verso is a company that is dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. The problem with aging is we accumulate these zombie cells, or old damaged cells, that linger beyond their useful life. These zombie cells infect other healthy cells, speeding up the aging process, causing things like hair loss, wrinkles, arthritis, cancer, dementia, and everything in the realm of aging. What scientists have realized is that we can manually induce autophagy, meaning the cleanup process of the old zombie cells and replacing them with new ones. Verso's new Clean Being, which I take every night, is a powerful blend of senolytic molecules that help promote the body's natural cleanup processes like autophagy and apoptosis, promoting better cellular health, supporting lower inflammation and natural cardioprotective functions, while boosting protection against age-related diseases. The three main ingredients in Clean Being are spermidine, luteolin, and dihydroquercetin, which play key roles in the control of gene expression and are essential for cell growth and proliferation. Specifically when it comes to cardiovascular and cognitive function, skin health, vision,
Spermidine.
and head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code DANNY, it's spelled D-A-N-N-Y, to save 15% off your entire order, or just go to ver.so/Danny. Back to the show.
Shine like mirrors in the desert before the casing stones were gone, because they were so.
And they were stripped off and looted.
Yeah, there was earthquakes and then they're gone. Yeah.
The way to look at this is like this is the roof of the structure.
Yeah.
That casing.
Right.
So you build the interior of the structure you can build it with much softer stone. In some cases, they build them with mud brick. But you then case that in a very hard stone. Tura limestone is a very hard silica-rich form of limestone, so it's much harder. It erodes way slower. Granite obviously is even harder than that, and it takes forever to erode. But that's like you're putting a roof on the structure to protect the structure, and then when it's gone, you can see that the core masonry there is just it's getting degraded.
Now, do we know if the interior of these smaller pyramids is anything similar to the Great Pyramid?
They have passageways and chambers. We haven't been in Menkaure yet. We're going to do that this year.
But do we have diagrams, like we have diagrams of all the all the chambers, so we know what the insides of these look like? They're mapped out.
For the most part, if I recall correctly, the Great Pyramid is the only one that has any substantial structures in the body of the pyramid itself. The rest of them mostly go underground. So it seems like the
bent pyramid has some pretty substantial.
Yes, you're right. The bent pyramid has structures inside of it.
I've scanned that
one. Yeah. But most of the time, it's just see the entrance back here. This is the entrance right here.
Okay.
So this is just a descending passageway. It basically goes straight down and into the ground, and then there's chambers way down in there. The Great Pyramid does this as well, but there's a descending passage that goes up as well, and then you have the Grand Gallery and the Queen's Chamber and the King's Chamber up inside the body of the pyramid. But when you go into Khafre, the middle pyramid, it just has a descending passageway, and you're down underneath it.
But there's nothing in the
Not
guts
that
of
is
the main
known.
pyramid.
Yeah. But anyway, so you're noticing these blocks. We're talking about this because of was it easy, right? This is not insubstantial amounts of stone, as you can see from the people standing here. These are huge blocks.
What a waste.
They have to be tilted, and they're also noticing.
Maybe they did it
Yeah.
to prevent the
So
delivery
they were leaving extra
people
material on because
taking
they were gonna flatten it like this.
taking a bite or taking a fry or taking.
Some of them are flat.
Yeah,
taking
just
some
right around the
fries,
entrance. And also
is
notice
the
all these
80s.
nubs.
Yeah,
See all
those are
these?
the same nubs on the ones in South America, in
Yeah,
Central America.
yeah, they have these all over the world.
Yeah, shit's
There's
fucked,
a lot
bro.
of interesting ideas about these. Kyle and I kind of lean towards the idea that they're functional, like they were used for maneuvering, and then they were cut off during the finishing
Styrofoam,
process.
yeah.
But here you can see the part of the flattened face.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, let me zoom back out and move here. Yeah, and then there's some.
Who knows, man? Maybe
reverse
delivery
cuts,
people have stolen some
insets,
stuff
and
before.
then,
Who knows?
for
I don't
grabbing
know
this
what it's
block.
like in
Look at
Montreal.
all this extra material.
Montreal's a
Like, look at
little
this huge-
rougher
and granted, it's heavy.
town than
So you're
here.
talking about a lot of extra material in here. I could come back to some of it, but here's the flattened face.
So how come the rest of it's not flattened like this?
Well, that's the question. That is a great question. It's like, why didn't they finish the job? But there's this big square of flattened area right here in front of the entrance. Which seems funny, if this is a tomb and you're trying to sort of hide the entrance and everything like that, well, this makes it relatively obvious where the door is. Right?
Yes.
And also because the other two large pyramids had casing stones all over them, and those were completely flattened
They were
out.
perfect.
Yeah, they were finished. This just looks like it was not completed. Like they were in the process, or they were using this surface as a survey point. This is the other thing we've discussed.
Yeah. We actually have some evidence after walking all the way around this pyramid looking. So you can imagine that one of these blocks, this flattened blocks, because it has a top and bottom, and then it has this beveled, this angled face, then there's going to be a certain cut degree angle.
Yeah.
A flat surface here and a flat surface there.
Right.
That the other blocks will not have because they're all puffy and pillowy on the front. So when we were walking around the pyramid, there's just piles and piles of granite laying on the sides.
They've been
of the
quarrying
pyramid,
it.
quarried out. So we were looking for blocks with this angle, two flat surfaces.
Like a
with this
prism
angle.
stone, yeah.
And we found them
Yep.
around the other two sides that are not uncovered. So I think that there was we think that there's a pretty good case to be made that there was a flattened surface about this size on each
face.
side of the pyramid.
There is one on the other side, which we'll look at in a minute.
Yeah.
Like this is the north side, so around on the east side of the pyramid, there is another flattened face. And the other interesting thing, just to point out, is the only reason we have this pile of casing stones here is because as people were quarrying the stuff above it, the granite off here, they were making piles of rubble down here, and it basically just covered this stuff up. And it became too difficult to dig out, so they just left it. So it still survives because it got buried under the other quarrying.
Intentionally buried.
There you go, intentionally buried, right? So, but the other point, the thing that
So if they were going to smooth the stones, they would start from the top.
I mean, well,
Maybe.
you would want to, yeah.
You'd think that
how are you gorgeous?
you'd want to start from the top stones.
Right.
But you have to
Maybe.
build it from the bottom.
Eleven.
So this is the thing. How do you maintain
good, sweetie
as
pie.
you're
It's
going
good day.
up the
How was your
the
day, my love?
integrity of this
How was your
flat
meeting?
surface as you're stacking these blocks up? In other words,
Yeah,
as you're
I
setting
know
each stone in,
how,
it has
what-
enough material on it that when you flatten it out, there isn't going to be a hole somewhere.
Right.
So maybe you flatten out a square
first few
area
courses.
at the first few courses at the base to give yourself a survey platform so that you can check as you go up using whatever method you got.
A really simple method to check the distance from the bottom of this to the top of it and then extend that further out as you make new courses. Like, do we have enough stone sticking out where they actually meet each other in this crevice? Is that
far enough out so that
Right
when
here.
we flatten it, it won't be a
So
void.
there's no voids.
See this deep crevice between the stones
Yes.
here and here? You want to make sure that when you flatten it to here, there's not actually going to be like a hole in here somewhere.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can do it by, you can just put a couple of like rods in here with string and pull, and you end up pulling the string all the way up, and you're just checking distances as you go up. Do we have enough stone in each place?
And you can move it this
you
way
can,
and that way.
you can sweep it back and forth and check the whole face. And so that was the idea, is like, did they have 4 of these on each face? And you have one facing crew per side of the pyramid. And they just didn't have time to finish the job.
Which is another interesting.
Yeah.
So it seems like they built the Great Pyramid first, and then this was the last one.
Or maybe maybe Khafre, the central pyramid, was the one built first. Ben
Oh,
actually
really?
thinks that's the first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's interesting because that one, the other great thing about that one is it has a couple of rows at the very bottom of granite casing stones that have been finished. And they are, I mean, they're just unbelievably magnificent, just perfectly cut, beautiful granite casing stones. And then as you walk around that pyramid, there's a row of granite rubble all the way around the thing because people were cutting them up to take these beautiful faces that have been cut. Because the source of this granite's 500 miles away. So if you're somebody living near this area...
That's so wild.
Yeah.
You need to fucking get a plane to go. You need to fly there when you're traveling.
Yeah.
That's
not
how far
wild.
it is.
It's not wild. This is just what people do.
It's the easiest way to... Yeah.
Totally natural.
Like, listen, when you want to build a cool structure in the desert, you bring stone from 500 miles away and you stack it up into a triangle.
Yes.
It's like the simplest thing to do. Like, everybody does it. It's crazy how
It
that
really
becomes
puts
the
it
story.
into perspective when you're there and you realize, like you guys were telling me last night. Yeah, we had to catch a plane to the quarry.
Yeah.
That's how fucking far it
Yeah.
is.
Well, we catch a plane and then we have to ride a boat for 4 days to get to the quarry. Yeah.
How do I get it?
What do you want to do?
I just want to go back to the original point of bringing this up, the perspective to show you how much stone was removed here. So I was wanting to show this one photo because it really gives you an idea of why it looks to me why it was easy for them, because you wonder to yourself, how much work would it take to take away that much stone to make that flat surface? Now the next photo should give you an idea of how much that is.
Look how much material that is.
It's a lot.
It's wider than this guy's shoulders. I mean, in some cases it's up to like 2 feet, 18 inches at least. Wow. They were removing of that granite. Now they weren't.
This is granite.
This is granite. They weren't just cutting it with a saw.
It's like,
I mean, how do you get a saw in there?
Yeah,
No.
go back to this. Look, notice that there's a radius.
They're grinding it away somehow.
You see how it curves up.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's you can imagine like just putting a giant belt sander down on this thing.
Right.
And then they're removing this much material. That's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds of stone. This is granite. That's a lot. Think of
I mean,
trying
just
to pick
the
up
waste.
Yeah.
Like, think of the amount of waste that would create on the ground.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's just going to be piles of it, especially if you're doing an entire pyramid like this.
So is there a evidence of like layers that they had to take it away in layers, or is it just one go?
We don't know.
We
But
don't
There is
know.
no evidence for this. The problem is because there has been occupation and people working on this site for thousands and thousands of years after this pyramid was supposedly built. I mean, it's so hard to figure out who did what.
This is the other thing, just to put this in perspective. This is like fourth dynasty Old Kingdom. Like, all these big pyramids are in that area, right? So it's like the beginning of the dynastic period of Egypt. So in the oldest part of their civilization. New Kingdom would have looked at these people and thought of them as ancients, the people who built this stuff. So this is, so you're talking about they start out with these monuments, practically. The other thing to point out here, this is really cool because, now we've looked at all this. You see how big the blocks are, how much stone they're removing, and then you see something like this. We zoom in on that, where they've just,
Oh my God.
Holy crap.
so you're setting these giant blocks in, and you're also like, yeah, just make that next one, a quarter inch down from the one next to it. Because it's easy, like you were
That's
saying.
the point. Yeah. It's like this.
This makes it look easy.
At least whatever method that it seems like the method they used to do this, just doing stuff like this was easy. I can't help but think. I mean, people always want to know, was this a geopolymer? Was this whatever? Was there some way? To me, it looks like grinding. Like that, if they had something connected to that stone that they were laying down, the one that they're putting on there, that they could vibrate that stone, it would eat away both faces, all three faces that the stone is going up against, including its own, and basically make the mating faces perfectly match each other.
Yeah, so let me back up here, and
That's what I wondered.
We can talk about that a little bit because there's evidence here, and then there's something in Peru we can look at about that as well. So let me go to this slide. This one here. So see the blocks at the top here. This is what we're looking at. These would have been sitting up against each other when before the destruction and all the quarrying happened.
Right.
So this face of this block sat against that one. Probably this face sat up against here.
Mm-hmm.
I can probably zoom in a bit. Now, what's interesting, it's hard to tell with this picture, but these faces aren't flat. They're
curved.
They have these very slight curves, like the side of that block does something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the block that it matches has the matching slight curves.
Oh.
Yeah, it's hard. So let me
What? So
let me switch over to
that's the
some
point.
of the
If you
Peru
take
stuff.
two stones, they can have whatever face, and you start grinding them together. Eventually, their faces are going to match. They won't be
Yeah.
flat; they'll be curved, but the contours of that curve will match each other. That's why to me, I'm not saying that they ground the stones together, but that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
So these were sent to us.
How the fuck did they do that?
I have no idea.
These were sent to us by one of the people that listens to our show. He's been to Peru, and he took these pictures specifically. So you can see.
He must know David
it's tough
Clemens
tell,
to
but
say that
basically
comment.
There's a big block here and a big block here, and you can see that the inside
Plus a
face
bow
of this
on
block,
top.
The corner goes out on the top here and goes in on the bottom, and there's a matching face, a complex curve of the block next to
It's
it.
almost like the
It's
Customers
basically a
rotisserie container, digital products bag.
Here's another picture of the
Much
same
heat
area.
in
You
there as I
see
can.
this
Just get an insulated reusable
interior face
bag.
of this block has a twist, and it matches the twist of this block.
Oh,
and the one
for
it's sitting
delivery.
Into at the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah, I got
I don't know how to
I
explain
paid $40 for like a really
I can think
good
of is
big
that they're being ground
heat
together.
insulated
I
bag.
don't know any
You
other
like
way
I
to
think it's like it
make
really
that
helps a
happen
lot
unless you
because the food gets
had
there
a
hot.
computer controlling
That's just
the
my
device that
suggestion.
was cutting the stones and making each one exact.
I'm not telling you to spend
But if
$40
you had
on a
computer
bag,
that
but
was
like
cutting them
I think it would
exact,
help a lot.
why
As
would
you
you
said,
leave
as
the
you know.
bulk of material on the front to be flattened later? Why not just cut it exact? You know what I'm saying? If you were so good at laying these stones that you weren't worried about it.
Right.
That's the other thing that's interesting about leaving all the extra material in the front is you can also look at it as a protective layer.
Yeah.
You know that your final finished product is going to have this glassy, polished surface that's completely flat. You want that protected by multiple layers of stone during the construction process, not layers, multiple inches of stone. So you drop a block against it, it hits it, right?
Yeah, and if a block was dropped near the top of the pyramid and it had tumbled down,
Right.
it's going
You
to do a
scratch
lot
it,
of damage.
dent
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
The
So-
very last thing you'd want to do is basically just cut down the edge of
Right, so
it.
just like painting the inside, you start at the top and you paint your way down.
Exactly.
And that's the last thing you do, right? So it's the finishing work. And a lot of times these places look like it's the finishing work that didn't get completed. And that's why you see things like nubs. Because the nubs would be gone once it's finished.
Right. Whoa, man.
Yeah.
Now, when you guys are walking around those pyramids, is it just like those some of the pictures that Ben shows of those massive circular saw cuts in these things? Are those just laying there for everyone to see, like in the open?
Yes.
Yeah. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
And you can tell there's multiple different types of saws. And you can kind of tell the differences between them. Like, you can see the leading cutting edge. And if that, like, let's say there's a stone that's broken in half, but it has a saw mark on one side. If the leading edge is concave, in other words, going in, then it's got to be some kind of circular saw or something like that, or at least a curved blade. If the leading edge is convex, in other words, it's coming out at you, then it's a rope saw or some kind of, right? Because that,
You're
yeah, rope saw would never have a
Right.
concave edge to it, so you can kind of tell. Plus, a rope saw can twist and make all these interesting curves as it goes down, and you can see that in many cases.
Rope saw, chainsaw. We went to, is that what they called it? A chain?
It's like a cable
Cable
saw, or
saw,
something
yeah.
like that.
We visited a quarry, a marble quarry in Vermont, and they showed us some of their quarrying techniques, like the old style where they were drilling and using and blasting,
Do multiple drill holes next to each other.
and then blast it out to get the block right. And then now they have this new thing where they drill one long
Come
hole
on,
and then
bro.
they run a chain through it, basically, or a cable, pull it back around,
It's
and
a
then they
cable
just
studded with diamond.
diamond
Synthetic
you know,
diamond.
diamond surface, and then they just have this machine that sits at the end and spins and just runs that cable through and just cuts this beautiful face through that through that marble, and it will leave these interesting warped complex
Twisting
surfaces
yeah.
as because the cable just kind of does what it wants to do, right?
Uh-huh.
It's basically flat, but it's got this very slight, just like we see on these blocks in some cases, like they cut it with some kind of cable.
Yeah, so it's possible that they cut the blocks in the quarry with something like that and said these two go together, but you can't do it on both sides,
Right.
top and bottom.
You can't do it with the whole block. Yeah.
So it has to have been something else.
Another possibility we've talked about, and this is, some of this stuff gets way out there, but is it like Kyle was saying, what is it, like a lapping? Is that what it's called when you're rubbing the?
I don't. Yeah, probably.
I think it's
Yeah.
lapping. It's so one of the, you had Chris Dunn in here, and he talked about these AAA granite surfaces that they have where they use this flat plate to check other flat stuff for manufacturing, and it's kept in a climate controlled, humidity controlled room, where because that way it never changes. If
Right.
it gets a little warmer, it'll shift a slight bit.
Right.
And you don't want that because these are very precise things. You make those by basically rubbing two granite surfaces together and then add a third one. And as you do that, when you have three surfaces you're rubbing together, back and forth, you end up with this beautifully flat surface. But if it's just rubbing two of them together, they can become very smooth, but they may have some kind of contour, but they'll match because you've been rubbing them against each other. So is it possible that some of these stones are basically like you put them in there and you get a vibration going, and it just works its way into the other stone until you've got the surfaces all matching, and then you've set
You get it roughly square, and then when you put it in there, it matches. You can make them all the faces match and
Right.
mate all the way across. Because like some of the casing stones we were looking at, they may be 3 feet tall and 8 feet wide or something, but they also go back in towards the body of the pyramid, like 4 feet or something,
Yeah.
or more,
Right.
in some cases.
Yeah.
Or maybe they weren't perfectly fitting together originally when they built it, and after using them for whatever their purpose was, they all vibrated, and then it just
Yes.
they all sort of melded together. But one of the things
Well,
Chris was showing me,
You can see how deep they are here. This is how this is the depth of the casing stones.
One argument I would make against that, let's say that you had 1 inch that it would vibrate down, because if they're not perfectly mated, there's gaps and stuff like that in the first course and
Right.
the second course and third and fourth and all the way to the top.
Mhm.
Then they all vibrate together and move down. The top layer is going to have moved many feet down once you take up for all the gaps that were in all the courses going all the way up.
Right.
Plus they would have to come together side to side, so it looks like they were
Yeah.
doing this
You have to
as
do it
they built it.
individually.
as they
yeah.
were doing it, as they
Yeah.
were building it.
The other thing that's great about this is that it you pointed out as soon as we pulled it up about how similar it is to Peru stuff, right? The nubs and everything.
Yeah.
Also, Peru is, some of those walls there are famous for being, all the blocks are different shapes, sizes. You'll have tiny ones next to enormous ones, and they're fitted in. Because they're building a pyramid here, they are doing it in regular layers. Courses is what these are called. But you can tell that each individual block is very different from the ones it's next to. Like these two are narrow. This one's got a serious angle to it. This one matches the angle, but then straightens it out here. This one's
Right.
kind of square. Some of these are really long. They're, in other words, every block is completely different from every other block.
Right.
So it has the same sort of like non-homogeneous style as Peru, except that because it's done in courses like this, they have regular layers. And then let's go around to the side. We can see this other flattened surface here. This is around the east side of the pyramid. There's
Oh,
another
wow.
flattened face there.
Oh wow, and the angle.
Yeah, it got this beautiful sort of reverse keystone in there.
What is that?
It's really strange.
Is that the only one you saw like that?
Yeah.
Trapezoid.
Yeah, if it was flipped over, it would be like a keystone for an arch, but it's it's like upside down for some reason. But yeah, so there's this flat surface, and the archaeologists have come in and cleared this area out because there's a sort of exterior temple in this area. So they dug all this stuff out and moved all the rubble.
It's possible that thing is a door.
It could be a door. People, yeah. Is it an entrance?
Right.
Doors back then were really hardcore.
Doors were fucking crazy back in the day.
Yeah, it is a really strange.
That is wild.
So we kind of showed you this. The pyramid itself has this angle, 51 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, so they built it out of the limestone courses. Then you start stacking the granite facing stones on it, and they're sort of puffy or whatever.
Right.
Then you set up survey equipment, and you figure out where your finished flat face will be, this line here. And then you flatten those, first 2 or 3 courses there like this. Then you can use that flat surface to continue facing the pyramid all the way up, knowing you don't have any you won't have any holes in your stone.
Oh, okay.
So that's the idea. The diagrams can help sort of.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then when you're done, if you have time, which these people didn't, you flatten the whole thing, and you have this beautiful flat granite face.
What is your guys' wildest fucking out there theory of what the pyramids were?
I think part of our thing is like we have no idea.
Yeah.
We've gone through
Sometimes I think that's the wildest thing that we say, because people are like, what do you think it is? And we're like, we don't know. And then people are like, what?
Yeah.
You don't have any idea?
It's just like,
What's your favorite theory?
Here's what I will say about it. It's hard to believe that a society would support a system that required that immense amount of labor and planning and engineering, all that, for no other reason than to bury like one tyrant.
100%.
Yeah.
So the question I ask is, what did it provide the civilization or the society of people that agreed to do this? Now, people make the argument, that was they just had slaves and they just made them do whatever they wanted. It's hard to imagine that you could make that work. I don't know. I just think that it had to benefit the society in some way. So
Yes.
I do like Chris Dunn's
power
idea.
plant idea is cool. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's like, it benefits
something.
everybody.
It benefits everyone. Everyone agrees. Like, yes, we should take on this monumental task, right? Because that it's going to benefit society. So it wouldn't surprise me if we found out in some way that it did have a function. And I think
it's really hard to ignore the reverse engineering that Chris has done on it, and the ideas he's come up with, and he's even remodeled some of, like the shafts and stuff like that with the chemicals and stuff. He's recreated that to prove that those would have worked in that way.
That's the other thing is there's something that, like Yusuf would talk about, the pyramid. Well, it's just part of the pyramid complex, and you get to see this if you go on these tours with Ben and Yusuf. Around these pyramids, there will be other things in the area, which are like granite stones in the pavement, deep under the paving tiles, because the paving around the pyramid is actually gigantic limestone tiles, as big as this table, 4 times as big as this table in some places. Underneath
One
those,
tile the size of this room. It's ridiculous.
Underneath those are some granite stones that have channels cut into them, like a channel like this that water would flow through or whatever, and they go into or from the pyramid, and so it looks like there's this whole system of like channels that had some liquid possibly moving through them, and bowl-shaped stones cut with these tiles over top of them. So something was going on under the floor around the whole pyramid area. Then there's the basalt tiles that show up at various pyramid sites. So it seems like there's a design that has multiple things outside the pyramid that are always around it, that also suggests some kind of function.
And people have looked at the possibility
Yeah,
of
it's like
chemical
chemistry,
processing.
metallurgy. Like
It wouldn't surprise me if it would ultimately be found out someday to be something like that.
yeah.
It's crazy to me that some fucking billionaire hasn't just paid a bunch of money to have it reverse engineered and recreated to see if they could do it.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, if I had $1 billion,
I mean, think about it. You could
I'd
buy
be
a
a
pyramid
space.
in my yard. you could reverse engineer or try to recreate the pyramid into a functioning thing. At least try to do it for less than you could buy Twitter for.
Wow.
It would cost less money.
You're right.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. That's the question. Like, would it actually cost less money than Twitter did? We don't know how expensive. You would need to say, you'd need to get a team of people, engineers and people, and be like, price this out for me.
I think Chris said it would be around $1 billion.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he said that on the podcast.
Listen, billionaires,
Does NASA really
our
own
area
these
of the
islands?
country is a great place to build a pyramid.
Yeah, we have land if you would like to build a pyramid.
There's limestone there. There's granite. There's red granite nearby in a giant batholith.
Yep.
So come on down to the Texas Hill Country.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Chris was saying. If you wanted to rebuild the pyramids, you'd do it. There's a place in Texas that you would do it.
Yeah.
There's a place in Texas that has more of these. What are they called? Those lights that come out of the ground.
Marfa, Texas.
Yes, Marfa, Texas. That's what it was.
Yeah, he was talking about building it near the Earth energies. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Because
could build it out in that plane.
that's his newest theory, the Tesla connection. His newest theory on it is that there was some sort of a jackhammer or device in the subterranean chamber that would like pound the ground and create seismic vibrations in the igneous rock beneath the pyramid that would create electron flow.
Oh, piezoelectric flow.
Yeah, up through the base of the pyramid, because it's 14 acres, I think it is,
Yeah,
the full
between
base.
13 and 14 acres.
Between
yeah.
13 and 14 acres, and that would capture all that electron flow up through the bottom chamber, through the grand gallery, into the main chamber, and then around the edges there's these pits where they would pour chemicals that would somehow turn into liquid hydrogen that would then come down the shafts, and that would somehow create some sort of chemical reaction in the Queen's chamber, going up through the King's chamber. I can't remember it perfectly, but
And this is where and then microwaves are being run through
the
it or something.
microwaves. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And then he
it's
thought
making
there
a
was
maser or something like that,
yes,
right? Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like a power plant idea that is it's like really fascinating, and it also points to an almost completely different like line of thought in terms of generating power than we have
Nice.
in our modern
Nice
times.
response.
We basically let's heat something up, let's heat up water, turn it into steam, make the steam spin something, and then we can run magnets on the spinning thing and get electricity.
Right.
This is a completely different mindset,
Right.
which is really interesting.
This would have been free energy, right? Because he says there was a dome that was constructed around the pier.
Well, you'd have to.
You
build a
need $1
pyramid
billion,
first.
so it's not free.
right. No, but what I mean by it is that the pyramids. His theory is that the pyramids would have put out whatever energy they created in his hypothesis would have created this free energy that you could just get out of the air.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, like thinking of Tesla's wireless transmission.
Exactly.
Of power. Yeah.
Exactly. Like his tower. What was his tower called?
Wardenclyffe Tower.
Wardenclyffe Tower. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was talking about actually turning a layer of the atmosphere into ionizing a layer of the atmosphere into a very good conductor. And then if you attach that to a source of electricity, then you can just plug into it anywhere else on the planet and draw power from it. Now that would put load on the source.
But also that the source might possibly become the sun.
It could be, yes, because the sun is dumping an enormous amount of energy into the atmosphere all the time. So it could become a sort of free energy-ish thing. It's like the kind of thing
You'd
where
have to build a tower anywhere you wanted to grab it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other two pyramids, he says that those could have been like backups, like backup generators or something.
Backup generators or test sites or who knows.
Right.
Yeah. I love those kinds of ideas. And the great thing about that is it's just like, let's do that. The idea that they were tombs is just, no bodies were found, there's no writing.
Right.
We've been in tombs in Egypt. They're full of beautiful artwork and writing. I mean, just covered. Every wall and the ceiling tells you a story. There's stars. It was painted.
the tunnels are big enough for like a procession of people to carry the body in, you know, a box or whatever, all the
in
way down
state.
to the bottom, and then
There's
lay it in the
traps.
box. Yeah, there's big traps.
Yeah, pit traps with enormous stone doors on the other side. You know, you can tell it's a tomb, and then you get in the pyramid, and it's more like walking around in a machine.
Right. Yeah, he talks about that NASA engineer Freeman.
This is in the new book.
Freund. Yeah, in the new book.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. I have the new book. I haven't started reading it yet. Yeah.
It's fucking.
I can't wait. Yeah.
And Freeman Freund he's known for his study on the earthquake lights. So I guess there's a bunch of places around the world where he found there's the most seismic activity, and it could be days or weeks before an earthquake happens. There's these lights that come up out of the earth, and they show up in the atmosphere. They look like UFOs. People have mistaken them for UFOs before. And his sort of theory on this and what he wanted to test is this could be a way to be early detection for earthquakes, to avoid catastrophe during earthquakes. So if you see these earthquake lights coming out and you're in a seismic activity, evacuate, because there's going to be an earthquake. And it was proven. He proved that this actually happened. They did tests, they did studies, and they measured exactly when these earthquake lights would come out of the ground and how much longer after that there would be an earthquake. And it's fascinating.
I
all
do
this
remember
stuff.
you talking with Chris about this on your show.
Yeah. And then so what he did was they took two big pieces of granite, these big like long square chunks of granite, and they brought them into a lab, and they put some sort of electronic conductors on the ends of them, and they rubbed them together, and they found out it made electricity when they rubbed these pieces of granite together.
Yeah.
It's
It's
really
piezo,
fucking blew my
like
mind.
a piezoelectric effect, right? Is
Yes.
That, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And-
Flexing the quartz crystals in the granite is going to generate electrical charge.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing is you can't really disconnect some of these other structures around, like these.
Yeah. What is this place?
This is the Valley Temple.
This is the same construction style.
It's enormous limestone core blocks. Some of them weigh hundreds of tons. They're heavily eroded, and then they've been cased in granite. And this granite has been it's been finished and flattened, right? Like, so the pyramid we're looking at, a lot of them were sort of still puffy.
Yeah.
These have been finished.
Right.
So inside this, you know, if you pulled these granite stones off, you would have limestone right behind them.
Oh, okay.
I can actually show
Hey,
you.
I did not
Is it
understand that one.
pieces where the granite is removed?
Yes.
I'm not
And you
gonna-
can see there's entire areas that used to be cased in granite that are not cased anymore, and the limestone itself has all these squarish, like divots in it, where you could see, like, okay, that was a block, that was the back side of a granite block that was sitting up against it, because it's got this rectangular divot.
Dude,
in the
of
limestone
course.
wall.
I love it.
Like the whole thing is made up of them. The whole limestone wall is made up of these divots of various sizes,
There's-
so you can
of
tell it
course.
was completely encased in granite. And so it's not only were the granite stones mating faces like perfectly flat, but they were flattened up against the limestone to the point that the whole limestone wall is.
This is what the
There you go.
outside of the
Oh
temple
my
looks like.
God.
See the square indentations and rectangular marks on there? But of course, this limestone is heavily eroded.
Right. Right.
So it's very, and you can see the size of the blocks. They,
There
this
you
is
go.
another place.
Is that
That's
what
the
kind of
key.
erosion is that?
That's the Kintkawa's pyramid.
Yeah, this is Kent Kawas.
Okay.
That is a pyramid. That's the core of a pyramid. Now that is the bedrock limestone.
So they made the bottom of the pyramid out of the bedrock.
They shaped, because it's actually like what they call a yardang, which is like a protrusion of the bedrock sticking up.
Mm-hmm.
They shaped the bedrock into a pyramid. It has the slopes, and then they cased it. Probably
I've never
in
seen
granite.
this pyramid before.
It's right there on the Giza Plateau, but it's
Yeah.
just so heavily eroded and torn apart.
It looks like. Why does it look like it comes out when it goes up? Like this
It does.
third layer comes out wider than the second, the layer below it.
It might be the angle at which I'm taking it, but it's we're kind of
It's
standing
just
below
eroded.
it. Yeah, it's very eroded.
And is that water erosion? Is there any evidence of water erosion?
I'm not
this
qualified to answer.
This stuff up here is, very suggestive the way these vertical erosion marks and this,
Uh-huh.
but I just don't know. This is definitely cut. These
Yeah,
these
oh
are
yeah.
cut. But this is, this is the outside of the Valley Temple. So that's the inside of it is still finished in granite, but somebody has come along and removed most of all of the granite casing out here. But you can see where they were cut to set against this, these squares are where that granite was cut to set against it.
Yes.
So let me move back to the. But there's some interesting stuff in here when you're looking at this thing. The size of some of these blocks, like this one.
Oh yeah.
On the right here, look at that thing.
Oh wow, look what you did there.
That's magic.
That is magical. I love that. Yeah, I love how that's what you were showing earlier. Some of the blocks they're like wider, and then the block that fits into it fits perfectly into that little 45-degree angle.
Yeah, this guy's like 6'8". So that gives you an example of how tall this block is.
That's Jiao Ming.
This dude is tall. Then this one on the other side is also an enormous block. But what's really interesting is when you get the corners, right? So the corners here. So I've drawn a line down the corner, and you'll notice that giant block goes around the corner.
Oh my God!
No way. That's like just arrogance. It's like you're showing off.
Right. Well, it's interesting because and also you'll see this one here. I didn't make any cool graphics for this one, but it's just like, here's your layer, but nope, let's drop it down a couple of inches for this next part, and let's give it a nice curve. Let's not make it square, just let's make it hard on ourselves. So yeah, you're right. It's kind of a, what is it that, well, there's a quote from 2001: A Space Odyssey where he was talking about the geometric perfection of the monolith was a kind of mathematical arrogance, is what he said.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, I always think of that when you're looking at this stonework, because it's like they're just showing off. So here's another corner in a different part of so you can sort of clearly see the corner line, right? And it looks like the corner, I don't have good pictures of it here, but when you walk up close and look up, that corner line has a regular radius, like it was drilled from the top all the way down with a single tool. I don't know if that's how they did it, but it's
square tool.
No, it's not. It's got a round radius, right? So the blocks come in, and then there's a curve where the corner is. It's not a perfect 90 degree. There's a tiny bit of a curve, like there was a bit that was used,
like a 1-inch drill bit. They just went from the top of the wall, just
all the way down,
drilled all the way down to the ground.
So so that's the corner.
Now I'm not saying that's what they did.
Right.
It's what it looks like.
Right.
It's like the radius is the same.
And there's and it's continuous across the blocks. But also look, this block goes around the corner. This block goes around the corner.
All three of those go around.
This block goes around the corner, and this one goes around the corner. Here's a picture of another.
Oh my God!
So see that?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and notice the radius of the corner, like it's a continuous line going all the way down. Yeah,
It is a tool.
Yeah.
It's clearly, it looks different than the faces of the wall.
Yeah,
Like it
it's
just
got
stands
a different,
out.
Yeah, it's got a different sort of aspect to it. And then you can
Different
see this
grinding.
one around the corner, that one goes around the corner, this one
The
goes around
sun,
the corner.
reflects differently than the rest of it.
Yes, and all the way up. They go around the corner, and they mostly alternate. And then, this is my favorite, right? Just in case you're in doubt about blocks going around the corner. You got this block.
Oh my God!
It is the fucking corner. So you start to think, how big was this initially? Like this block has to go deep into the wall to the right and deep into the wall to the left and all the way back into the, that's a big damn block right there. And they've just cut one corner of it off to make it the corner of this wall.
That's absurd.
So this is what we came up with. Let's say that you want to have
This is a top-down view.
Yeah, a top-down view. You want to make a chamber like we were just looking at, right?
Yep.
So you build big limestone casing blocks, and you make a big rectangular chamber here with the limestone casing blocks. Then you case the interior in irregular granite, sort of puffy, irregular granite. Now notice when you're looking at these that none of these blocks, these granite blocks, go around any corners.
Right.
Okay. Then you go out onto the top of those granite blocks, and you find the place where you want the actual interior wall to be. This is where you want the surfaces of the wall to be. It's inside the stone right now.
Okay.
See? Then you drill 4 holes at the corners of that interior future wall. Then you go in with your magic granite flattening tool, whatever that is, and you remove all that granite. Now you have 4 blocks that go around corners.
Yep. That makes total sense.
Yep.
We know that they were facing the granite. So if you had 6 or 8 inches, we know that they were facing that pyramid at least, 18 inches deep.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're going to go face it, this is what's going to happen in an inside corner.
And there's places we can look at later, like the Osirian, where they were in the process of facing the wall. We can look at that too.
Yeah, the Osirian stuff.
No,
Yeah.
like how many
One more thing in the
bullets,
Valley Temple is I'll
bro?
just show you some of the joins. I'm just putting my fingers up there for reference, but there's a horizontal join and a vertical one here, right here, and here. They're almost invisible.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. You can
Yeah.
barely. The only reason you can see it is because there's like erosion and there's slight discontinuities in the crystalline structures, basically.
Right. Otherwise, it would be invisible.
Yeah. So,
It's just so crazy that
this is another one.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. So that's this is an outside corner. And it's also very heavily eroded. It's really interesting how deeply eroded this granite is. And granite is, not a weak stone. How long does it take for it to basically begin to decompose like this?
It is one of the hardest stones, right? It's like one of the top 3 hardest stones.
Yeah, it's a 7, I think, on the Mohs
7,
scale. 9 being, or is it diamond is a 10 or is it 9? I can't remember. I think it's a 10.
I thought it was a 10.
Yeah. So it's 7. And, we had a geologist on one of the tours with us, and he would look at this, he'd stand there looking at this, decomposition of the granite, and he's just like, I'm like, how long does this take, Chuck? And he's like, a long time. A long time. He wouldn't commit to a number. He just said a long damn time.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's just so wild to me, like, to try to imagine what those tools would have looked like. And there's zero evidence of any of these tools and no remains
Yeah.
from any of these machines that they would have used to do this.
No known. Yeah. I would love for there to be, someday somebody finds an unopened tool
An unopened one.
chamber.
Well, Chris Dunn talks about you've heard about him, the tuning forks that he mentions.
Yeah, you mean the ones at the base of the staffs? Is that what you're talking about? Or-
He said there was a row of giant tuning forks in the Grand Gallery going up to the King's Chamber.
Oh, the
metal
hell?
tuning forks, because he shows that they're like the shapes of them. What he hypothesizes they would have looked like whenever the explosion happened in the King's Chamber. It would have been like a electronic explosion, and there's burn marks on the top of the Grand Gallery going all the way up where those tuning forks would have been. And he superimposed a graphic like showing what they looked like. And he thinks that somebody stole those tuning. I don't know if maybe
Talking
there's a
about
theory.
the Helmholtz resonators? Is that what it's talking about?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They're
But
kind of a tuning fork.
There's a
sort of.
conspiracy theory I found out there that somebody found a photo of some of these tuning forks. They're like hidden away somewhere.
Oh, man.
And somebody like stripped them out of there and they're hiding them somewhere.
Yeah, that's believable because if you have ancient tools and they're made of metals and other valuable things, and then civilization collapses and a long time goes by, and then you have people who are just trying to survive, and they find sort of rusting, degrading remnants of tools. They're going to peel bits of metal off to make knives,
Right.
spears.
Right.
They're going to scavenge it. And whatever time doesn't destroy, people will destroy if they can.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
there's just going to be nothing left. And
But if they used this, hypothetically, if they were using diamond cutters to cut this stuff, we would still have the diamonds, like the remnants of the diamond, right?
well, our diamond
Well,
cutters,
and
our
there's
diamond cutters are coated in dust.
Yeah, there's an entire desert full of sand.
Yeah, and it's
You try to find a
sandy
diamond,
desert.
it's just grains.
We talked about this. Yeah, you're just sifting sand, hoping that one of those little bits of silica is actually a diamond. It's
Yeah, but wouldn't the structural integrity of the diamond, if it was a blade, wouldn't it still be intact, or would it erode to dust?
No,
it
we're
was-
thinking of dust to start with. So you have if they
our diamond blades are just coated in diamond dust.
Oh, ours are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the cheapest kind of diamond to get is like this dusty bort stuff, right?
you get a metal blade and you set or you have some way of setting the diamonds into the metal. So as the metal is wearing away, it wears away, and there's a new diamond in there.
Oh,
And that
that's how
starts
they do it.
scratching the stone until that one gets worn off, falls out, and then there's more underneath, and you can keep wearing that blade down that's got embedded with diamond.
Ah, I
studded.
I understand. I was picturing like a pure diamond saw blade.
Yeah.
Shows how much I know.
I'd like to have a diamond sword. That would be cool.
Yeah,
It'd be
yeah.
fun.
Holy shit. That would be sick.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I don't, the same guy, Chuck, was talking about making, kind of doing this as a test by pouring, I can't remember exactly what he was doing, but pouring some kind of metal that he had put a bunch of diamond into some kind of grinding disc, and you can, he's trying to kind of do these little experiments to say, well, maybe they were doing it this way. And you don't have to have diamond. You just have to have something harder than the stone that's in there, or at least as hard as.
But there's not many options.
There's not a whole lot of options.
Yeah.
What is there besides diamond?
Well, quartz would cut most of granite except the quartz in the granite. That's the problem.
But
right?
it will scratch itself.
It will scratch itself. But the hardest thing in granite is the quartz.
It's just going to wear through so many bits. I
Yeah.
just don't. They should be everywhere.
Yeah.
This is great because it gives people a real idea of how far away these places, these complexes are.
Yeah, Giza and Minkare are up there in the north, near the big delta.
Right.
The Osirian is 300 miles south up the Nile, and that's the next place we look at here. It's next to the temple of Seti first. That's what this is this is the temple. This is above ground.
Okay.
Big, massive, beautiful temple. It's one of the, it's still got its roof on it, which is a lot of the Egyptian, these dynastic temples no longer have the roofing blocks on. So this one does, and it's cool to go in there and just, it's dark and cool, and there's these holes that shine these beams of light down in certain parts that move around during the day. It's an amazing experience to walk around in here, and the carvings are beautiful. But then you get down into, this thing. This is the Osirian. So this is outside the temple, and it's like 30 to 40 feet below ground surface. So it's underneath the ground, like a basement. This is looking down into it.
Holy cow.
So you can see, if you're looking in the back there, you can see the cliff walls there. That's all Nile sediment. So this thing is deep down in Nile sediments, and you can see that it's in the water table. The green at the bottom there is water.
Right.
But this is just the top of this structure. It actually goes down another, like 30 meters. It's got multiple levels below this. And
That we've never accessed?
well, I think people have dug down into it. Yeah, there's some very old pictures from before the dam was built when they were digging it out, and you can see that these were deep pits, which is part of what makes this structure so strange and mysterious. Like just like the pyramids, when you're walking around in here, you just don't feel like people were supposed to be walking around in here.
In here.
Yeah, you sort of feel like, like you accidentally found the basement access to a skyscraper building, and you're down there where all the machinery is, and you're not supposed to be there. So these things full of water would have been incredibly deep pits, before they're full of water and material and dust.
Did you
and
see
boulders.
through the water?
No, it's not good water.
There is some areas where you can see through the water where the sediment and stuff that has basically filled up these deep pits you can see down there.
Okay.
But there's also a stairway
what is
that just
this?
disappears into the water.
Yeah.
You can't see down there.
We need to get scuba divers.
Strabo wrote about it and called it.
Aren't
He
you-
said it was referred to as the well.
Yeah, I know how to
You're ready
scuba
to do this, right?
No, I'm not ready to scuba dive in that shit.
Oh, come on.
I mean,
done
you
any
need,
cave diving?
you need the same kind of scuba divers that were like scuba diving in Chernobyl. Those guys got balls. My balls aren't big enough.
Oh, check out the top. You see the top, the block on the top first pillar?
Yes.
See how it's got that cut in it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, people were quarrying this stuff. Those are quarry marks, right? These dashed lines. Is that what you're talking about?
It's like a
got a-
notch cut
yeah,
out.
it's
Oh,
got
the,
an
the
L-shaped
notch on that
cut.
top one.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes, yeah. Like it's made. They've cut it like this so it's not going to move or something. It sets up against this block. There are also, I can't remember if I've got pictures of this, but they sort of tongue and grooved these.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can show you that in a minute. Yeah,
But that column was basically split in half almost.
yeah. But look at this thing. It's hard to describe the sheer size of these columns.
This is all granite also.
It's all granite, and it's
Now, okay, how do the people that give you these, when you're going on these tours of these places, what do these tour guides say about this? When you say, how do they do this? What do they say?
they don't say anything. Like there's no. I mean, I haven't heard. Yusuf will walk around in here and
I
ask
would
questions
feel like an
just like the
idiot
rest of us.
giving a tour of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the tour guide tells you how they did this, it's not a good tour guide.
Yeah.
Because we don't know.
Right. So there's no explanation.
I mean, if
no
there's
accepted explanation.
if there's a standard the standard explanation is that SETI's engineers built this thing, right? So it's New Kingdom that they built it, but it doesn't look anything like his temple. It's not the same at all, and I'll show some comparison pictures here.
The standard explanation would be hemp
Manpower,
and rope and
yeah.
sand and copper tools and a
tools.
bunch of
And
guys
stones.
dragging stones and whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's the standard.
I love the video, or the clip on Ben's video, where he's like on the pyramid looking down at a tourist using the pounding stone. He's like, "You're gonna be there a while, mate."
Exactly.
Yeah. But it's also interesting how they, you can see the water lines on the bottom of this column.
Yeah.
Because the water
Oh,
table
yeah,
would
yeah.
go up and down. And just the enormous size of these columns. So there is a picture of a dynastic temple. And just look at the difference in everything. The dynastic temple is covered in art and writing. Every surface is telling you a story or giving you a picture of the night sky or the stars or the pharaohs or...
And those columns are stacked pieces, correct?
Yes, those are column drums. They're
Yeah.
discs basically stacked up. And they did this in a very similar way. They stacked up these puffy discs, then they came back and ground them into nice circular
But it's also limestone or sandstone,
Yes.
much, much softer.
Then they covered it in plaster, and then they carved the plaster.
Yeah.
Got it.
And when you're walking around in these places, and look, notice the tops of the columns, like each one is like a plant. It's a lotus, or it's it's all these various different flower types up there. Beautiful. But you feel like people were supposed to be in here, looking at the pictures, reading the stories. It's open and airy and sort of, and beautiful. And then you're in places like the Assyrian Pyramid.
come
You're just like,
on.
this is a machine. I'm not supposed to be
Really?
in
Come
here.
on, bro.
This is a giant pump or a power
Yes.
plant or...
Yeah, the Osirian is definitely just the weirdest place to be because
What's so weird about it?
it's weird because there's no weird in the sense of do I belong here?
Yeah.
Because the walkway, the places where you can actually go are like there's too narrow. You just and if it was empty of water and all the rubble, it would be a huge drop off there.
Yeah.
I mean, OSHA would be all over this thing. You gotta have handrails. No, but there's no room to walk. Like in front of that small door back there.
Yeah.
There's like a ledge about a foot wide or something.
Yeah, well, I'll show some pictures of that in a minute, for sure.
So it's just strange. It's like, there's no place like that in any of the temples.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you go in the temples, it's open and the floor is big enough for multiple people to walk side by side. The doorways are large,
But it's still a doorway,
It is.
which is so confusing.
It's a doorway to a tiny room.
Have you
with
ever
no
been,
decorations.
Have you been in there was we grew up in Georgia and there was some abandoned base, like Fort Benning. I can't remember what it was. Some
It was
like,
it was like barracks.
yeah, barracks and other things, and like large buildings, and they had big concrete slabs, but all the stuff inside had been taken out. So in the concrete slab there would be just unexplained sockets and holes where machinery used to sit.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And it's like you feel like that in the pyramids and in some of these places where you're looking at these and you're like, something was mounted here. Sort of like what you were talking about with Chris saying in the Grand Gallery, that there were these tuning forks or helm holes resonator mounted in these slots going all the way up the Grand Gallery.
Right.
You look at the, what is this little alcove? What is this hole in the floor? It's like stuff was here.
The last
It's
bullet.
just gone because it was
The
metal, it
last
was
bullet of the
valuable, it was
clip.
the machine that was taken out. Now we just are left with the
What?
the superstructure or whatever.
Right.
You can see quarrying attempts here. That's what this.
Those notches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they would make these notches and they'd put wooden wedges or something in here and try to split the rock.
But that was much later, right?
Yes, way
right,
later.
right.
Yeah.
And probably that rock was buried in sand.
Yeah, it was buried up to here, so they didn't know how deep it was. So they just made notches, hoping to get this corner off there, not realizing the thing went all the way down to here. So then when they tried to split it, it just gave them. They broke the top off, and then they quit.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's a guess. No one really knows. The other thing is, look how
everything here is a guess.
Look how the columns are actually set in their own.
That's bizarre.
Countersunk sockets.
Can you tell how far down that column goes?
Well, that's interesting because here's another one. You can see it's in its own socket. But then there's this in the middle. So, and you can see it's very faint here, but you can see around the edge that here's the socket, and then there's this deep part.
So there's a small depression.
There's a small depression around the edge, like what the other.
Oh, so they like notched the bottom of the stone that was sitting in there to where that it would cover the outside, but then go deeper.
That's the question.
So instead of just something simple like this, where you're sitting a big block down on your floor, you actually built something more complex and interesting like this. And then you plug that in.
That is impressive.
So you got these enormous, multiple 100-ton or whatever. I don't know what are they estimated to weigh.
I don't know.
100 tons maybe. These columns, and you get like, okay, if I put that down, it's not going to move. But no, we're going to make sure by we're going to plug it into the floor.
That's actually a question. We don't know because we haven't looked at the bottom of one of these columns or whatever.
Yeah, but this is weird.
So this is what Kyle was talking about. You're trying to walk, and you got to kind of like Indiana Jones your way around here, leaping across, puddles of radioactive water. And it's
Well, it could also have been a wooden walkway over this.
It could have been. There could have been a floor, but that thing that we're looking at there that's full of water was a very, very deep pit. There are old pictures where it just goes down into darkness.
Really?
So if you fell off there, you would break your neck. Yeah, it's not an insubstantial thing. It's So
but you're right. I mean, there could have been a wood floor.
Right. You could or something else covering it. Yes. Exactly.
Can we find the pictures of this with no water?
Maybe he can look them up online. Old pictures of the Osirian when they were first excavating it.
Osirian excavation.
Like Osiris. Irion.
Osirian.
I always have to look up the spelling of that word every time.
Osirion.
Osireon or something like that.
Osiron.
Osirian, yeah. So, this is looking the other way in this same channel. Look at those. These are the only 3 that I know of remaining roofing blocks, the ceiling blocks. They're huge. That cross the top. So these massive things, and they're what do you think, Kyle? 24?
Probably like 24, 35 feet up there. The blocks themselves are maybe like 5 foot thick.
Yeah. So it's like 5 feet thick up this way, and so what you're looking at here, that you got a column, and then on top of the column are these things spanning the columns.
Like a lintel.
A lintel going across, and then across that were these gigantic, these things.
And most of those have been.
They're all gone. Yeah. They're part of this rubble, whatever. There's pieces of them lying around. And then
So are those parts that stick out more? Are those like parts of those knobs that were
the nubs? Yeah,
the nubs. Yeah.
Yeah. So you notice that this wall has like the blocks again are unfinished. They're puffy, right? And they have nubs on them. There's 2 nubs there, and then you can see here. Like there's just a whole bunch of interesting stuff here. There's indentations. There's this one here, and then these inserts, these little tiny inserts.
Now we saw a whole lot of these things, and initially you imagine like this tiny little rock goes all the way through to the back, like it's a big. That's not what it does. It's actually possibly it looks like it was a cosmetic fix. So this, the one on the left would be a better example. The corner of that block may have been chipped off.
Now this is the exterior, right?
This is inside.
This would be inside.
The Osirian has no exterior because it's in a hole.
Underground.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But basically, if the right corner of that block had been broken or chipped away, then instead of just leaving it avoid, they carve out a little square notch and then put a little block in there. It doesn't go all the way through. And there was one on an outside corner that we confirmed does not go all the way through the wall. It just was to fix a corner that had been chipped away.
Yeah, I used to have that picture in here. I took that one out.
How dare you take that picture out? Wow.
Yeah. So if you broke the corner off here and then you just insert this in too, so that when you finish the wall, you don't have a hole, right?
Right.
That's the idea. But it's also interesting how all of this.
This is granite, or no? This is
This is
granite.
Is it granite? Yeah.
That is.
Inside those rooms
Is quartzite or something.
there's some other kind of stone.
Yeah, but this outside here is granite. And then, like, the other thing, notice here, along this central block is this angle, or the layer change.
Course change.
Like, the whole course just shifts down an inch or two around this sort of central small block here in the middle. Like, I love these kinds of little design details.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the whole surface, you can see, again, there's nubs all
everywhere.
over the place. And then there's these strange, interesting scoop marks. Those are a couple of clear ones, like somebody was scooping material off of the surface of the block. And then there's this strange thing that we found when we were looking at this. I'll just show you this real quick. There is something here. Where this little tiny sliver of this block goes underneath the other one.
Now this is when I start thinking about, like, the engineer is just like, you know what this wall needs right here?
Yeah.
I need this block to have a half-inch thick thing that sticks out to the left. Like,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. So I think this is another example of the building of this wall actually shapes the wall itself.
Yeah.
Like it.
You don't think there was an engineer that demanded it? Like, I need this whole layer.
That's functional right there.
I need this whole layer to drop down 1/4 of an inch. And I want it to happen inside the...
To get it resonating at the right frequency, you had to have that little notch.
If that's the case, you'd have to give serious credit to those contractors, because
Yeah.
they would be like, okay,
Yeah, sure.
we're actually going to do that.
Yeah, we got no problems doing
Nowadays, they'd be like,
Well,
no.
the other thing about this entire job, like looking at it as a job site, is that everything is nothing is straight up and down. These outer walls are very slightly angled out, like this. Yes, outwards. And then all the columns are very slightly tapered inward as they go up. And it does this weird thing with negative space, right?
So the space that's far away from you is bigger than the space right in front of you.
So it all looks the same size because you have this natural foreshortening as the space goes far away, but because it's actually getting bigger, it messes with your head.
It messes with how far away it looks.
Yeah. So can you imagine, you're like, yeah, I want my whole house built, but I want the outside walls to tilt outwards 1 degree. And I want everything on the inside to tilt inward 1 degree. Can you imagine what your contractor would say to you if you told him that?
Yeah, I'd imagine. No, that's fucking insane, man.
Yeah, again, it's the design details that you see, that are fascinating.
Yeah.
So here again, look across the top of the courses. We're looking at that same wall, but I'm up outside of the thing, zooming in.
Okay.
So look at these huge scoop marks taken out of the tops of these blocks. Like somebody was removing an enormous amount of material, kind of in a rough fashion. And I think they were getting ready to smooth this wall out.
Guys, I might play some Zelda,
They had a way to
honestly.
make the stone softer, so they could do
I might
this
play
kind of
some
stuff.
Yeah, the
Breath
geopolymer
of the
idea.
Wild.
Well, not full
That's not geopolymer necessarily, but
You mean like softening?
Like a way
I
to
think
make
I'm
it
actually gonna do
softer.
that.
This is, Chris Dunn talked about this a little bit.
Might play like 5 more minutes, maybe
I
less.
have a hard time with granite being softened. I don't know. It could be possible. Like, basically you already are thinking of non-conventional, completely unknown ways
Pistachio.
of working with stone. And so, like, to rule something out completely you shouldn't do it. But it's just not, I think that there are other ways, but yeah, maybe they could soften it. Could you use some kind of, some kind of electromagnetic something to just make it, to change the crystalline nature?
There are interesting legends about this supposed thing that could soften stone.
Or cut stone like
A
it was.
shamir.
Yeah.
What's the shamir?
that's it. It's basically a tool for working with stone, and they're just strange legends of it. I know one of them is in the what do they call it? It's like the Legend of Solomon, or some of the stuff in the apocryphal texts.
Yeah.
The tales of the Jews. So the story of Solomon, and he basically gets this ring from God that allows him to control all the demons, and the demons have all these different abilities and stuff, and he ends up convincing one of them, like, hey, I gotta build this temple, I need you to, I'm not allowed to use iron or anything to cut it.
Yeah, so he's supposed to, God is
So
like, I need you
Right.
to build my temple, and you may not use
Thank you so
iron
much for being
on
here.
any of
Thank you for the
stone.
bits.
So he convinces this demon
Canadian agent.
to tell him where the secret tool is or whatever, and it's out in the middle of the desert, and it's, there's this weird story
Thank you
about
for
a
being
bird
here.
that is protecting it,
I will be
and the
playing
bird,
Breath of the Wild
the way to
in
get the tool from the bird
maybe 10 minutes, maybe
is you
5
trick
minutes.
the bird into thinking its nest is being attacked, and then it uses the shamir, and then you can grab it. It's essentially something like that. It's a really strange story.
Yeah.
And that's
And
apparently
where
how
does
he
this,
built it.
where does the story come from?
It's in the Legends of the Jews. It's like
The Legend of the Jews.
Legends, yeah.
The Legends of
like
the Jews.
it's a collected works of old oral, traditions and things, and other written works of the Jews about Solomon in ancient times. Like, this specific story has fascinated us for a long time. Like the concept that one of the things that Solomon got when he asked for God for wisdom was the ability to control all these demons. Like, he knew their names, and he had this ring, and then he could command them. And because each one of them had specific superpowers, basically, all of those superpowers were at his, when he could use them.
And when do these oral traditions or texts, when do they say that this was? Do they give you any sort of idea?
When was the time of Solomon?
I don't know. I don't think they give dates.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I don't remember that part.
Yeah, they're like,
Can you compare?
the time of Solomon, 3000 BC.
Yeah. Yeah, like when was Solomon?
I don't know. When was the time of David? Yeah. It's like,
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure. I
It's possible that information's out there. I just don't know.
typically take these types
Holy
of
shit,
stories
6 viewers. Thank you.
I wonder about this. Is this a story that is a lost, like, in other words, if you were tried to describe a modern lathe, for example,